an FPX must win, and it needs to start confidently for them.
4 more seconds and it all starts now. Kicking this lower final off. You've got OpTic on the attack and FPX on the defensive side. And this is going to be a marathon, so pace yourself, folks. And Victor already off to a bit of a sprint.
Early control at least, but have to give that up now. Down to 5 HP, will back away. So no progress garnered on the back of that. FPX now will drift back into a slight adjustment here, almost anticipating potentially A making some progress towards A. And actually going exploring here. Marv's going to shut that down. Shout the next up on the chopping block, but exchanged here, and Marv will stand his ground.
Yeah, so far OpTic controlling every side of this map. Patience being shown. You got to respect FPX on this. Get the lay of the land to start with. They once again dabble back in towards middle. You can already see the battle scars on Victor. He's had to kind of peel away. That crunch towards the B site feels inevitable for now. The first parts of utility being invested.
I'll be conscious though, Victor. They want to take first contact here in B main, and this one might going to slow things down even more. Shout.
That's huge. Victor's found one. Angel falls, and the site's now open and available. Artist and Sugetsu are so far away from this Yay. Good start for the man. But Sugetsu, this guy was good. This might be a little out of reach, but let's see how much damage this one can do. Spike down. One right, one left. First contact found, and Yay. Good beginnings. Building up, OpTic with the first.
This is a brilliant indicator for OpTic, and actually you look at the pistol round as a whole, FPX, this is going to be the approach this half. They're going to want to slow things down and just come back to the composition quickly. Xiao on this Omen, it's designed to just kind of get control of some of these early contact points, take it away from OpTic. In this scenario, they're able to wait out the clock effectively, and Yay, a couple of key shots here.
Now, I want to return to the point you said about being front-loaded, so let's kind of build expectation for you, saying this is quite a decent map start in a best-of-5 for OpTic here. Expectation, do you think this is the one they're going to convert to lean forward, or do you think FPX have that fair 50-50 shot here?
I feel like this does lean more in favor of OpTic, particularly starting on the attacking side. Sure. This is a great opportunity here for them to... Okay, Shout. Got better things to say than the Spectre for Victor.
Victor's being bullied at the start, man. That's nasty. But again, let's see if they've got that rotation correct. You can already see these 3 players from FPX over towards that A side, so this could be still so valuable. Crashy's desperate to pull the attention, but again, all leaning towards A. They need a banger to hit, though. A little bit of contact now found over by ramp. Flash ready with Artis. But patience being shown again. OpTic desperate for anyone to step a little over the line. But FPX showing so much reserve here. Another little bit of chip damage. And they're testing the waters. This is so tense between these two. And again, great flash comes out. Artis just goes astray, and Crashies polishes it. Angel, no one there really anymore. Crashies have made the cross, and OpTic have taken over heaven.
Actually, a gap here. Angel and Zipan set up this crossfire, but OpTic's still happy with 30 seconds left to continue
30 seconds left.
With this slow burn.
It's risky, Mike.
It
it's
is.
30 seconds.
I mean, Xiao, if he finds another one, he can really slow things down here.
It's got to be on Xiao, right? 4 players heading his way. Xiao, the time is now. If he can make this count, this could be huge. And he's just been overwhelmed. OpTic unlock the gates. The site now open and the rotation's on the way. 13 seconds. But I don't think anyone can really deny this plant. Zipan's there, left. Sure. A paint shell goes in. That ain't bad at all. Crashies doesn't make it away either. This is damage being done. It's down to 3. Angel and Sugetsu looking for opportunity to strike, but Yay doesn't like that plant. Controlling by heaven, shot is. It's all on Sugetsu now. 1v3, any more would be perfection for them. It's not going to happen. OpTic, stabilize, and get round 2.
Great damage control as well. They're really good at spiraled out control for OpTic, but 3 survive, some weapons carried across. Again, FPX have a pretty good shot here at making something work out this round 2, but so we will have a technical pause. Nice and early on.
Nice and early on. Just for us.
Out of the way early.
Yeah, we request them, so we do get to kind of like dive into things a little bit more. Oh, the Fnatic fans are someone to cheer for. Nice to see. How we doing, Mystic? Good stuff. Good stuff. Again, though, let's kind of then dive into this, right? Good start for OpTic here. 2-0. Top heavy map pool when you're talking about best of 5, because again, it does kind of change balance, I feel. And so far, is this enough of a tick in the box? Like, what stylistically are we seeing already?
I mean, already it's two positives for me in that OpTic are happy to approach this slowly. FPX are going to look for these very deep holes and just to come back to the composition again. This switch onto Omen in particular is to slow down, is to take away some of that early, you know, extremity control in terms of looking towards Yay, potentially towards Victor and Crashies. So it's interesting to see if this trend will continue for OpTic, particularly on the buy rounds, maybe even here with a couple of Spectres in the mix, whether or not the pace will pick up a little bit. But early on, yes, these are positive rounds to come away from, and almost actually, it's egging FPX to go on, right? Egging them to get a little more aggressive and go exploring.
Well, we do have that buy coming out in some fashion from FPX. Light armor galore. They haven't really been doing too much damage through these early rounds. And OpTic on the bonus, sitting on what they pretty much had. It ain't much to write home about, but true to trend, it should be FPX in this round, but there's certainly weakness in this purchase, so don't think it's over yet.
And trying to deny some of this utility toward Ardis. It will be noted here at least, and actually the Boombox can do a ton of damage onto Crashies. At least initially here, FPX have created enough of a presence here to deter OpTic away. Yay will be noted as well. This time around the Sugetsu set up towards Hell here. There's some real damage from this position previously. So look at the attempt with the utility here to dig them out of that spot.
I think only Ziphan's been noted. This could be overwhelming. OpTic finding two. Sugetsu laying in wait though. Didn't get found initially and he's still not doing the damage. Marved overwhelms. And now it's down to Xiao and Angel.
Spike planted.
This buy's gone to pieces, and Angel looking a little rough around the edges here. Not able to find the impact, but Xiao does. Good start on the play back in. A follow-up found. And now the 2v2, but look at what they've got. It's just the Spectre for FNS. It ain't much, but it's close quarters, and he's got Yay by his side. The 1v2 for Xiao, though. Oh, Xiao! Bailing him out here. The buy was far from perfect. But Xiao, pretty close to it. Defuse comes in, FPX on the board, but Mike, that was costly.
It was 4 full here, and just talk about the setup here on this round in particular, round 3, where OpTic have a perfect combination of utility to try and dig out a couple of players from Hell. It doesn't matter though, Xiao with another fantastic round. He's had many this event. Add this 4K to the pile. Well, now that our FPX is going to be struggling financially, it will be Spectres at Bulldog to offset this, and an awful lot else to work with OpTic. On the flip side of that, Yay, actually on the brink of the tour de force as well, so another buffer to the economy here.
It's just not stabilized yet. The buy has always been so back and forth, so FPX getting a little curious. 3 for OpTic on the other side. Xiao, happy to be the headliner. And Angel tries to draw the attention.
Yay,
Noted
a ton of damage.
He certainly does, but it is still Yay. Always dangerous, but Angel needs to be careful now. Doesn't want to get picked up on his own. And OpTic seeming to respect this.
Yeah, not getting caught on the snake bite either, at least during the vulnerable, but he is down to 9 HP. This is... Look as if OpTic wants to re-aggress mid again. There's been no pressure towards this position early on, so Zipan and Ardis, full utility almost. Ready to contest this.
No underhand flash. No swing on it. Ardis has to try and play this one perfectly. 3 players on the other side progressing closer towards heaven. And again, Zipan, he's just got out of there! The timing is divine! Ardis comes alive to this round, not a third.
30 seconds.
Half 10%, 3 still standing. To get 2 on the hunt, it's feral work from him. 2v3 and FPX on the shutdown so far. Marv, the only one still standing. Well, almost standing. And 20 HP he's got to, all he's got to work with. And it ain't happening. Xiao is finding form here, Mike.
It is, and OpTic in this round in particular, you feel as if there's going to be a pace change, right? It's stacked up, there's a bit more emphasis towards this A main control, but immediately shut down by Xiao adjusting and like I said, setting up one of these one-ways. It's to deny this early space, so FPX applying this composition perfectly. This is almost the point now where you think maybe OpTic are reconsidering their approach. In this round, not so much really with the purchase. There'll be a tour de force here. A lot more committed this time around. 4 members outside 8. There's 3 on the side of FPX though.
Oh, and away we go. Victor just about avoids the first contact, but Artis deals with him and has to back away. 20 HP is all that's remaining, but FPX have shut the door on this already. They've got to rethink their plans on OpTic now.
To double up this utility as well. The one way is going to go back up from Xiao, but the poison orb to be there for the cooldown. There's a little bit of space here, but a much deeper hold towards B site on the back of that 3-man setup outside A main. Turret will take contact here for Zipan. Actually, Artis has already preemptively rotated this way.
Yeah, it got noted, but still, presence is there. And OpTic finding nothing so far. They're desperately trying to find anyone. Overstepping, over-peeking, yay. Gets suppressed, has to back away. Time being born, and it's 50 seconds. Good trade for Marved. But it's still just 3. Hey, FNS and Marv still not being given too many chances. You can see how deep they're holding towards CT. Angel just drifting back and forth. Spike left in the hand, and yay. Testing over towards that A site.
FPX doing really well to mitigate this tour de
Xiao's
force as well.
position.
30 seconds left.
I mean, this is the be-all and end-all. FNS,
It's
if
a
he goes
spike.
down, that's a spike. Lost. There it is. Round pretty much done. Xiao finding so much value constantly. 20 seconds now. Yeah, and Marv are trying to maybe create safe passage towards A. And they'll punish Angel, sure, but they need so much more. And all they're getting is Xiao right now.
10 seconds.
That's a rifle for Ye.
Have to hold on to it now.
And that's all it's going to be. This has been so good from Xiao so far. Like, I know it's been the Xiao show, but this has been ridiculously impactful in just these couple of rounds. FPX, 3 standing, get to move forward.
So I come back to what I said as well, whether or not this is the point where OpTic are maybe reconsidering their approach, and that's why I think we see the timeout so early on, Lauren.
Yeah, it's probably a valuable one to say the least. And again, let's say you've prepped for the FPX that you expected, a little bit of a switch up here and there. How are you able to bounce back on the fly? That is going to be so difficult now.
It is, and you've got 2 very prep-heavy teams here as well. So when there is kind of these variables in game where a team does adjust ever so slightly and
Sure.
maybe holding a little deeper and not using up any of this utility in the early round, it can really throw your game off. I mean, particularly one great example of that is FPX on the attack on split. We know how telegraphed that usually is in what the expectation is with that focus towards mid, but FPX so far at least demonstrating we've got a keen understanding. Like I said, that's even with the first 2 rounds where OpTic did look as if they wanted to approach slowly. I don't think that is the key. For me, it's an opportunity here on split, at least for OpTic to come flying out the gates, right? Come out swinging.
You kind of feel like if you want a good best of 5, I feel like that has to be achieved. That's what we're obviously hoping for here. The final's waiting, but it's who joins out of these 2.
I mean, this does kind of fall in line for them here with the null command online. This is a big tool to kind of really be the catalyst in a pace change. So whether or not this will be the round to see it. Not looking at the setup right now. It's 3 outside A main, and it's Crashes and Victi outside B main.
I think the crowd has their favorite.
I'll find you.
And OpTic, not afraid to be the villains in this potentially. FPX waiting on the other side. Xiao with the operator here.
It's flexed onto this a few times, actually. Seeing it more often.
He's joined by Artis on that side, so the Geo is pretty deadly. And once again, OpTic, similar scenes here, trying to test this ramp presence.
I'm saying initially the default was spread a little thin, but it looks like they might actually stack up here for the null command.
Angel's drifting already. But again, it's that Xiao stopping power that could be huge. He's just on the other side to this. How long does he stick around? You can have Artis pop the ult. Xiao does actually take a lot of damage. It's Artis to deny 2. Big impact, but a Xiao fell as well. So the site should be potentially open. Look to see where Angel got to, though. He's got to the ground. He's dead and gone. OpTic open up the site. Spike now going down. Zipan and Sugetsu en route. They've taken over Heaven, but still so far from the site to try and contest anything just yet.
That's taken a ton of damage on the way in. Forced out of position by the paint shell. Excellent work from Zipan. Sugetsu now has to find something against Marved. Smoke buying a little bit of time for him, though.
It's been so valuable. Zipan's just caught Marved in no man's land. They all
Showstopper.
popped. Zipan just sending it. Oh, Sugetsu's the one to get crashies, forcing him out of position. And a worthy investment at that point just to get over the finish line. That's 4 now for FPX. Opt to be recovered. They're looking good here.
Yeah, and it's a brilliant setup as well. Just to put the operator expecting this full investment towards this rush onto A site. The operator just to try and take one away ahead of these smokes and Actually, just to note as well, Angel, so unfortunate, but Artist, man, goes huge to find Ye and Victor to slow things down, eventually getting out, but the follow-up from Zipan, perfect.
One enemy remaining.
Brilliantly positioned. Force him out with the paint shell, and again the showstopper, making it extremely difficult to clutch that one out.
4-2.
A broken buy here from OpTic, actually a couple of investments.
I mean, this is 4 on the trot now for FPX. Feeling that confidence start to build, things looking good for them. OpTic need to change the narrative somehow here. Find some impact in these rounds. It's been getting close, but again, conversion going FPX's way.
Another adjustment to this mid-hold as well. Angel and Zipan now tucked up towards Evan. Angel actually considering the rotation off. Sugetsu tucked into backside behind this Killjoy setup.
This could be a nasty crunch. The double stack towards Heaven. Angel and Zipan are there, trying to force them away though, and there we go, utility in place. Sugetsu's still alive. He gets away with murder, taking down Marvin. FPX holding the site. OpTic desperately trying to just get closer. Denial from Sugetsu. Finally taken down, but it's crashes in FNS. It ain't much either. This buy was not pretty at the start, and it's barely done damage. What can Crashies do now? A 1v4. He's got the chance at 1, and it's gone. It's 5 back-to-back for FPX. These boys mean business.
And this is what you're starting to see, like, the rewards are switching up, and actually particularly the Killjoy. It gives them so many different setups to kind of absorb these hits that we know OpTic are going to rely on. So another example here where you're almost looking at OpTic thinking, hey guys, you got to pick up the pace a little bit. They're identifying these key areas at least early on, but there's no pressure towards them. Nobody's really feeling the heat on FPX.
No, and to put them into an uncomfortable position is a tough task. I mean, FPX, I think all of us who've watched their run have been just kind of waiting for it all to go wrong, right? Oh, they only had 4.
Yeah.
Oh, they got a stand-in. They've never played at an international tournament before. It never felt like it was going to line up. And they've just gotten stronger and stronger with every single game, making this stage look like their home. Maybe getting a couple more fans, but for now, OpTic on the way. Finally a decent purchase. Finally have some options. Zipan, what are you doing? So dangerous.
Dancing with death.
Honestly, you'd be dancing with the devil fears on the corner, but already we're going to see the pop come in, and it looks like Victor does want to pick up the pace here. Sends it, catch. Zipan now down 1-for-1 trade, and the site is actually open, but there's the KJ ult coming in. Crashies tries to overextend, punished by Angel. Spike trying to be planted though in the meantime.
Wait,
they want to stop. Sugetsu tries to play forward, and Ye doesn't care for it. This lockdown doesn't get anything, but Artist can only get 1. The 2v2, Angel and Xiao. Gonna work back in, and FNS's position is gorgeous. And now we know who it is. The Xiao show. Can he clutch this one up? Mobbed, cool, calm and collected under pressure. Does not need even the visuals on it. Denies Xiao and puts OpTic back on the board.
A little mishap here with the lockdown. Artist's positioning is obviously there to greet the backside of that, but Angel backing away all the way to the bottom stairs means there's no crossfire set up for this. Zipan does find the kill, the showstopper still deciding that one. Again, it doesn't feel comfortable. OpTic kind of squeezed this one through the door.
Yeah, a little bit of nice timing from FNS to find that pressure towards Heaven. But yeah, comfort is something that you don't get in these games, I feel. Timeout button been hit by FPX, and I've not necessarily preemptive, but maybe they want to make sure that
Feels
nothing
like a
is slipping
breather,
in.
yeah.
Yeah, just kind of cool off a little, identify maybe what happened that prior round, what we need to do going forward for them. Because so far, I think that they've got a good grip on the game.
I mean, you look at the 2 rounds where OpTic have really been able to create some pressure, right? It's been on the back of a showstopper and an ult command. They don't have that in every single round. So these kind of defaulty rounds where OpTic are coming in there, they're pushing and poking on one side. I mean, even towards A-main where Xiao's there with an operator, it's a reveal that acts as a deterrent. That's it. They don't want to challenge at all. They drift back elsewhere. And FPX read it perfectly. Angel's constantly just playing in spawn back and forth between both sides. So I want to see a little more commitment from OpTic, at least in the early rounds. Maybe throw a body on the line to find that engagement at least. Yes, if you're going to concede the first F, find the trade on it at least. So the minute, this pressure isn't drawing a rotation, and that's key for FPX. If they can be comfortable sitting this deep, they'll do just that. And they'll have the utility late round to enable that.
Back underway now. First one brought back by OpTic. Forcing the timeout. Taking that momentum away from OpTic, potentially building off the back. But now, a little bit more attention, a little bit more utility invested towards ramp. But look at the difference on approach 2. Again, note Xiao's positioning. Already going exploring. The double stack towards heaven. This is already a different look from FPX.
Utility set up towards main as well. Well, they're not actually OpTic. Decides to prioritize with the Cosmic Divide. This is almost the perfect approach here for FPX.
Oh, they've given up the site, but they've kept control on the extremities. It's perfect. The rotations are coming in. Now, we do note that the rotations are pretty close, pretty early. I'm still so aware of the chance of someone on the other side. And again, 2 players towards CT. Yay and Victor Swift. Taking down Zipan and Angel. And Reach got back in!
This has got one.
How did it happen? In a blink of an eye, it's just FNS in a 1v2. And it's Artisan to get to. The double that was over by ramp. And FNS needs to time this to perfection, and he can't do it! FPX burst back in, and Sugetsu just gives a wave. The 20-year-old putting up work so far. This is beautiful from FPX.
And that's exactly the sort of round I'm talking about, right? They're almost anticipating this Cosmic Divide execution. The Viper's all there to create a little bit of decay, to allow the Nano Swarms to do as much damage on the way through. It's beautiful when you sit back and watch this. And then the retake. It looks like it's all going wrong. This is with FPX conceding the first 2 kills here, by the way. And still they come through, and it just looks so comfortable for them.
No.
The odds of turning that are ridiculous. Unbelievable. 6-3 now. And all that potential momentum that maybe OpTic were feeling, oh, we got around on the board, okay, a little less pressure, it's right back on you. Instantly, just a weight on the chest, and the purchase is dire. A rifle coming out for Ye, and the rest are on odds and ends. It's rough out here, Mike.
Back through, and this is round 10 as well, so a crucial round for OpTic to at least find something. Xiao actually going to find the opener once again. Marv.
You can't be doing this, OpTic. Don't feed the beast. Zipan comfort in middle. Does almost get overwhelmed, but actually gets away with his life. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Xiao's just on a heater today.
Oh, Xiao is not missing shots. Victor finally outdoes him, but going to get to site. And we need a bit of magic from Victor. And the magic ain't happening. FPX, they're getting confident. They're getting aggressive. They're taking fights in middle. They are making this map look like theirs.
They really are. A brilliant position to be in terms of the ultimates as well. Viper's Pit, Showstopper, No Command. Xiao still with that TP as well. 14-6, by the way, on this defensive half for Xiao. Insane stuff so far. As even with Angel being 1-7, he's barely been a factor in some of these rounds, but they haven't needed to rely on him at all.
No, again, you noted it before, that kind of rotation game he's playing, just sitting towards CT, just pendulum swinging back and forth. 7-3, though, the scoreline is looking drastically in favor to FPX. Damage needs to happen, it needs to happen now, be on the back of someone like Ye, whoever it may be. They need to find that spark here. And the ult comes in.
It's something else, and previously with this Tour de Force, FPX did a great job of mitigating that risk, and Viper's Pit completely closing off one lane. It's going to force Ye back towards mid.
But I love this reaction from FPX as well.
Yeah,
they expect
perfect.
the next layer, that mid control, if it was to be that B split.
Now the one-way comes up as well.
So many layers of obstacles for OpTic to try and address. And again, time being bought. We're already at a minute here. And no opportunities for Ye.
This is perfect as well, because Ardis is here with the null command. So if FNS decides to send it on the back of his ult, he gets stopped in his tracks.
And here we go, the pop of the old Xiao still there, but he respects it. He backs away slightly, and Ardis respects nothing. Takes down Crashes, Spike gets dropped, drops Ye, the third, evades him. FNS still stands, but Xiao already swung around to CT. And once again, it's looking like a shutout, but maybe Marv, maybe Victor, maybe one of them could do something.
30 seconds left.
Victor just desperately trying to get in there. Perfect work!
What?
Perfect! Reddit! Oh, Zipan!
With the paint shell?
How? How has he done that? And now Marv, the 1v3. He got the spike though. 15 seconds. He's got to make a miracle out of this round. 10 seconds now. He's got to get a run on. He knows it.
10 seconds
Does he
left.
even get the plant off the back of this? Heads on down to the site. Plant coming in. And FPX not far behind. How much can Marv do? The one-man army has to stand, has to deliver, or it's 8 on the board for FPX. And Marv is trying to work forward, and FPX fly to the site. That's going to be 8. and they look untouchable.
Another perfect example. They just got such great considerations of exactly what OpTic are going to do. Just on the back of the sound cue, you can see immediately the Viper Spit invested, and they set up for this execution. And like I said, the null command completely taking the bite out of that. What a round from FPX. Oh, what a half from FPX.
Look at this. Just pops down the nade. Poor old Victor. What are you meant to do? What are you meant to do about that? Wow, and even the retake coming in, just allowing no room, no chance for these clutches to come through, smothering OpTic. 8-3 now, and OpTic need a bit of a lifeline in my mind. I mean, you've got the glass rifle, that doesn't even sound right. No armor coming out, their economy's been shattered. So little impact found here for OpTic. Starting to sweat a little. The crowd getting louder now. Yay, just falls to it Sugetsu, starts things off. And OpTic looking for options, and right now they're finding no solutions.
Trying to find the space towards ropes, but another adjustment here from Sugetsu, allowing them to actually progress towards aim, and they've cleared this out now, so FPX going to have really good knowledge on where this is going to come from, and Artist already set up for it. Victor trying to get cheeky with it. We'll find nothing on the other side of this.
No. And again, everything they try and do, there's someone waiting. This time it's Artist, but it could be Zipan. Marv breaks in. And now, maybe B-side's available, but again, you've still got two players here.
Xiao.
Xiao. Out of everyone, it's like, please, just not Xiao. I'll take on anyone else. And Xiao waits for the cross. FNS there, they're trying to play together. The timing could be perfect. Bye-bye Spike, bye-bye round. Xiao is having an absolute series here. Call it the Xiao show, call it what you want. OpTic have front row seats to this.
I mean, what a brilliant half. Just to come back to this once again, in the key rounds for OpTic, how well FPX are set up and how quickly they are to react as well to some of the sound cues or even just this early information. OpTic never had a chance in this half. They couldn't get comfortable. I'm not just talking about the economy either.
No.
In some of these rounds, they weren't being given the space to set up.
Right, we need to take a second, a pause for thought, because the FPX fans are getting far too wild here, Mike. We're going to head it back over to the desk to break down what they've seen in this first half.
Thank you very much. They're Pansy and Hypog. The EMEA curse, it's in full swing. OpTic, they're feeling it again. And all of that, I think, comes down to, not all of it maybe, a lot of it, Sideshow, comes down to Xiao.
Yeah, there's 3 players playing like stars on FPX. Angel has 1 kill, and then a superstar player in Xiao, who just seems unkillable, untouchable, 350 ACS, 17 kills in 12 rounds.
And the kicker is he somehow always finds himself as the last alive. Right? Like, if he goes down first, okay, maybe OpTic have a chance, but for whatever reason, Xiao is constantly one of the last ones alive, and you just don't count him out.
And the great thing is that every time they wanted to hit a side, somehow, some way, Xiao knew. Xiao was like, oh, you're going to hit B now? Oh, I'm on B. You want to hit A? I've got an operator waiting for you. I have every single answer that is needed to be able to capitalize. And the multi-kills, the spray transfers, this man is nasty.
He's filthy. Oh, it's been like, what, 2-3 rounds that he single-handedly has won back. Josh, there was one round where you looked and went, how did they pull that back?
Yeah, that was the one that we just watched. Yeah, it was. It was Xiao getting a multi-kill over by screens. And I think one of the big problems here is that the site anchors, and that's Xiao, but also Sugetsu and Ardis, are not being pressured by utility. They're just standing their ground. They're rooted to the floor and still getting multi-kills, not being traded.
I am so worried because we've seen a great defensive half from the side of FPX. Guess what? Guess who else is defensive side? But guess who's attacking sided? FPX on this map. So they're going to go into a side that they always do really well on, and they've already done well on a weaker side that they've shown.
Well, OpTic, they won the first pistol, but Pansy and Hypog, they're going to need a lot more if they want to stay in this map.
Yeah, you're certainly right. They do need a lot more. 3 rounds is not a lot to talk about. But on the other side, Xiao, 17-7. This guy is having a career-defining performance here. First time on a stage like this, in front of the fans. I mean, it's such a different environment. And he's been unbelievably impactful so far. Now, do you agree with what most of the desk was saying here? Some of the issues that are presenting for OpTic, some of the, I guess, benefits that FPX have, but how does that now translate to that second half?
Absolutely. I mean, even noting it in the first half, a couple of rounds where FPX weren't really burning up anything. There was 2 or 3 rounds where, you know, Zipan and Artist were maybe looking to hold on to mid, but there wasn't anything behind it on the other side from OpTic, right? There was no commitment to taking that space at all. It was maybe a boom bot, a smoke, but they were just being forced away, right? And Josh reiterating that point once again. There was so much late round utility, whether it be off cooldown, whether it be just not used up previously, that FPX can...
Is that a Ryan
some board
Central?
dude.
Who's that? Tombiz? Sideshow? No.
Was he falling asleep?
I dare you to blink. I dare you. Ryan. Ryan!
He's smiling like a thief.
Hey, good man. It is great to actually have a lot of people turning up to this event. Like a lot of people in the community, in the scene, making it out here to Copenhagen. Great to see. But again, I think we need to kind of boil this back because this isn't a best of 3. We're now talking best of 5, right? This is... A lot of people might burn out their expectations on map 1, but you also said this was top heavy, top loaded for OpTic. What could this mean going forward?
I'll admit, there have been some... I mean, yes, there's a common denominator in the split history, right? For FPX, and call it the kryptonite, whatever. But there have been some abysmal performances on split from FPX, right? And it comes back to that very, very obvious attack in half and then the approach to the attack that they have, right? It's so easily punishable. And once teams adapted to that, it became pretty boring to watch, honestly, because it would just be the same thing over and over again. So this is why I was so concerned coming into it. The fact that OpTic started on the attack as well, like I said, it's an opportunity for them to set the tone, set the pace, and I don't think that was there in any of those rounds, even from the get-go. Those first 2 rounds were so slow, and it was almost... They were relying on finding out a lot about how FPX were going to play it, but they actually learned nothing from it.
No, absolutely. But again, even outside of this matchup alone, my mind goes to OpTic have always struggled with EMEA teams, right? Something that the pre-show was highlighting. And then you look at FPX and you're like, oh, they're the ultimate EMEA team, right?
They are.
Slow, calculated style.
Split is one of their slowest maps.
Exactly. It is so hard to see this matchup favorably to OpTic with a start like this. So I'm a little nervous, if I'm honest.
Credit where credit's due, right? FPX didn't give OpTic the win condition that they actually really rely on here on their attack, which is opening engagements. They were able to damage control effectively all 3 lanes on this map so well, time and time again.
And even to add on to that, I don't think this is a Yay problem. I know a lot of people look and say, oh, he's had a bad tournament. It's like, well, again, he's garnered the attention of the entire world of Valorant, argued as one of the best. People will study this guy for hours on end, work out how he works, and you saw it in that game. There was just no opportunities. He'd have to fight 10 times. Literally.
Don't peek him.
I heard that's CNED strat at one point. Just don't go where CNED is. I mean, at the moment, Yay is struggling to get on the board because, honestly, FPX are just not allowing any room for it at all.
And there were 2 really clear examples as well when the Tour de Force came in. Those 2 rounds where FPX were just like, cool, okay, we'll sit and spawn. You'll have to shift for it, You're going to have to work for it. And that's why actually with Sugetsu coming onto the Killjoy, and like I said, with Xiao being able to set up these one-ways, and just that little adjustment on a round-by-round basis, OpTic had no comfort. They had no setup in terms of the default. They're like, right, this worked actually, because we were able to create a little bit of pressure towards A main and then react accordingly off that. There was just none of that from OpTic.
Well, we love a tech pause here, obviously. It is us.
My first one.
Speaking of CNED, why, hello? CNED, nice to see you.
Speak his name and he appears.
That's some very, is that WTCN as well? We've got some very talented people in the audience here. Good work. Look at us go.
Wait, you didn't even mention Boaster.
I mean, he was covered. He was
Come on, man.
Covered by the lower third, Mike. All right,
Boaster's desperately waving behind the banner like, please.
Please, don't break my heart, man. Look, I'm a Fnatic fan deep down. I just hide it very well. All right? They love too much. They love too much. And anyway, we love a tech pause here. So how much can we pour over one half? That's the question. Let's now spin on to ice. Right?
There's not much to really pour over for that.
No, there really isn't.
It was really flat from OpTic, and that was disappointing when you see the veto in my eyes.
Sure. No, absolutely. I'm about to head down to the bar at this point.
Icebox.
Icebox, though, that is where we can start talking towards, which is FPX's choice. Now, we have enough first-hand experience of FPX on this map, right? To an extent, and
again, not another good one. There's another common denominator in those results.
I know. It's a little hard to lean into that in a way that, because again, we see it in context to EMEA, right? Like taking on Fnatic constantly on there, not looking fantastic in that matchup. But here, could it maybe suit them a little better here? Could this work a little bit, I guess more stylistically into their favor?
It definitely could, yes. I'll come back to the point of talking about 2 very prep-heavy teams, right? There could be something that neither team is going to be anticipating or expecting, and that could be a curveball. That's the only thing I think that actually really benefits FPX in that regard. It's also, talking about potentially this being front-loaded, maybe a curveball very early on.
we get to see Xiao against Crashy. That's the entirety of
What
the
is
event.
that clutch percentage?
It's pretty unfair, isn't it?
That's actually disgusting.
Jeez.
That's surely a typo, right?
That is actually mad. Let's have a little kind of glimpse throughout it. But yeah, to me, again, it's one of those where it's like this guy is just, you know, coming alive. Crashies, we kind of got to know, right? The expectations already there of what this man can achieve. But then it's like Xiao on the other side. I don't think he characterized this as much online, but coming here, he's become this beast that we'd never met before.
No, I think, and actually, you think about artists talking in that interview, how they feel they've come into their own here on the stage and there's still more to give. Maybe this is something that Xiao's really kind of ridden the wave on, because he's looked fantastic here. And yes, while he looks solid online, this has been night and day for me.
Oh, dude, it hands down is a whole different look to this team because, as I said, I think a lot of us got used to what that side was, what they could produce. You know, maybe the kind of footfalls that they'd run into throughout a tournament, but this has just been the scariest side because we don't know what their peak is yet. I think we're getting a glimpse, at least on that half, of what it could be.
Yeah, for sure. I think it, again, to quote artists, right? I feel as if they're really building momentum here in terms of performance. So the scary thing to consider is, like I said, Sugetsu was just like thrown into.
Yeah.
Literally, it's just like he showed up. It was like, yeah, okay, cool, you're in now, and was really tested in that series versus Guild initially. But he's gone from strength to strength, right? So not just Xiao stepping up here, and Ardis also, again, a completely different talking point. But there are other factors as FPX team that have really, really over-delivered here in Copenhagen.
Well, thankfully, we're back in game. Thankfully, we're ready to go again. Second half now ready. Apologies for the delay. Takes all the momentum out of the room. We love it, you know. 9-3, though, we go back in, and we gotta hope here that OpTic can do a bit of damage, but FPX, look at the pace they're already coming in with. Maybe a little overzealous there, Zipan, but he's not alone. Oh, the shot! The shot from Sugetsu wakes you right back up into this game, and somehow they have a player advantage.
Victor, Yay, and Marv here, all going to stack up towards screens as well. A comfortable setup here. Ardis doesn't want to take first contact, but the paint shell going to clear out Sugetsu here.
Yay, good for it. 3v3 now, Ardis on the contact. The swing comes in, it's Jay and Victor. Perfect combination.
Not this again.
Oh,
Not again.
Oh, no. Angel, Angel. Look at what this man is doing, and it's so deep. The positioning is ridiculous. It's basically in spawn. They've got to wait it out. They have to respect it, but he's got to get a move on. He has to challenge it eventually. Marv, just about alive, flies on in, and Victor's there. OpTic will get the first and the second half.
Again, it's unfortunate with this setup they're not able to slow down this retake it. And just buying a couple more seconds would have made that a little more doable for Angel with the snake bites. What a fantastic opener from Sugetsu though. Yeah, Ardis realizing his frenzy don't work the same way Crashies does. Shooting blanks, Unlucko.
Big Unlucko. 9-4 now. And hey, there's a road back here. We didn't talk about the curse because it's ridiculous.
I mean, there's a bigger curse in this series
exactly,
than getting 9-3.
Oh, good.
There's something else going on as well. A third curse.
Man, come on now. Come on now. Okay, Mike, I really want you to break down that pistol round step by step here. It's what the people want.
Well, you see they hit A
right
pretty quick.
Yeah.
Angel was still in the buy phase about 30 seconds into that. Still buying a gun. It didn't work out.
Okay, well,
when was the last time we saw that, actually? Was that against Fnatic when they tried that? I'm pretty sure it was.
Great question. Hopefully we get an update as to what's going on. What do we have here? I don't have my glasses on. That's a nice little penguin. 10-10. That's an OpTic sign. Good work. Any other good signs in the crowd? Because we've got to that point now. We've had one round of a second half in map 1 of a best of 5.
There was a brilliant one yesterday.
Which one?
I heckin' love, and then the lobster spray.
Oh, that is good.
That was a banger.
That is actually quite good.
I'm hoping that's out there today.
I enjoyed the Shroud one. Like, everyone loves a bit of Shroud, so...
Yeah, I can see, yeah, there you go.
Are they out there?
There you go.
Nice. Oh, the lights are coming up, so you know they're going to eventually... What do we have? Mike, I don't have my glass. You've got to read it to me.
Happy birthday, Fnatic.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thanks,
Just
guys.
all of Fnatic?
Every
Is
single
it
person's
actually,
birthday.
were they founded on this day?
Remains battle. Wow.
No, they don't. Oh, it's Marcus. Of course it's Marcus holding up this sign. Yeah.
Hi, Marcus.
Wait, why are you not sat next to CNED then?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Any more signs? Oh, here we go. Next load of signs. Oh, dearie me. Right. Ah, you lot are fun. I like you a great deal. You know what? Valorant's been surprisingly fun. Oh. Oh.
They didn't like that one.
I think they did. I think
Yeah, security down to the 4th row.
Yeah, so just to keep you up to date, in case you were wondering, because I know a lot of you are at home going, why is there a tech pause?
Because we're casting.
There is that. But also, maybe one of the PCs is having an issue. They might have to look into potentially even replaying that round. So you're stuck with us for an extended time. You know,
was it Artis's PC that wasn't working?
Don't.
I mean, it could have been. It could have
Don't
been.
say that. Why have you even added that possibility?
The frenzy didn't look good.
Aw, it's adorable. That's absolutely adorable.
Buff side, good luck with that one. Yeah, that's bold. That's a bold attempt.
Huh.
And there's 2 Cypher mains actually sat next to each other in the crowd. That's
Amazing. Amazing. And as we've got to that point now, OpTic go kill. Very nice. I do believe...
watching the wrong game.
Oh, Michael, that's brutal. We actually might have some content for you because we're running real low. I'm going to start making the audience do, I don't know, things at this point because we are waiting for confirmation. So hopefully we find out what the actual plan is at this point.
Surely not a TSM
Hopefully
shot, is it?
Hopefully not. Bloody hell. What world are we living in, Mike?
2 Sentinels fans that
Anyway,
must be lost.
I do believe we actually have an interview with Finesse. So we can run to buy a little bit of time here while we hopefully fix up the issues that are going on the stage. So thank you for your patience. We'll be back in a sec.
Obviously, they played a great game. We knew what they were going to do. The preparation was definitely there from us. We knew exactly how they played on all 3 maps. We just weren't able to execute it all on 2 of them. I think if we had won that bonus round on defense side, we would have had a different game and a different half and potentially a different outcome of the map. But yeah, like I said, we just weren't able to execute as a team today, which is very rare for us.
And the green wall does not relent.
We're just going to go back and kind of review our game and then just prep for the next one, not really worry so much about outcomes. I think that's a part of what's led us to our success so far is we don't really talk about or think about, you know, what happened in the past. We kind of just focus on the game ahead of us. Unlike today, I think if we're able to execute our game plan, which usually ends up being solid anyway, then we'll be able to win.
Well, fortunately, that was a very nice, succinct content piece. Hopefully, we have something else to show you. Roll them out, folks, because we are waiting still for an update as to what's going on here. And at this point, I guess we're just going to start hanging out. Folks, how are we doing today? We all right? So-so? Okay. Can I ask a favor of you, Copenhagen? Because I've always wanted to try this. It is kind of gross, so you have to bear with me. Mike, you willing to do this as well?
This sounds like it's all you. If it's
No, I need commitment with this. Mike, you know how to crack your knuckles, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard a crowd do it together?
No.
Okay, so Copenhagen, on the count of 3, do you know what cracking your knuckles is? Give me just like a mediocre response, like a yeah. Close enough, fantastic. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, we're going to do it together, and it sounds absolutely foul, and I just want us to do something, because we are still in a tech break. So are you willing to do this with me? Fantastic news. All right, Mike, where do you...
I'm going to do next one.
Okay, fair enough. All right, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that was quite unpleasant. I like that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, not heard anything yet, Mike. So we could talk more about the best of 5. We've got what? Split, icebox, bind. Where would we go after
Best
that?
of 5. I thought you meant the last 5 rounds of this.
No, Mike. We are stuck here in what feels like
Freefall.
limbo. Yes. So we have what? Split, icebox, bind, fracture, haven. Do you think actually now checking back in because I guess the conversation changed? Do you think anything has changed your opinion from the start of the day? Because I know you were kind of looking at OpTic starting off potentially well considering the map pool, and then it potentially diverting later. But now seeing how FPX have come out and set the tone, how's that changed your expectation of this potentially going all 5?
Yes, I think for me, FPX, it feels like a must-win on the map 1. So to start off like this, the interesting dynamic is going to be Icebox, right? We had the benefit of seeing at least one appearance versus Guild where OpTic looked solid, but I think that was probably an over-delivery from Guild, right? Yeah. In terms of expectations, in terms of setting up and preparing for that series. I don't think OpTic came away from that. It was just like, okay, let's hope that never happens again. In terms of Avito, in terms of the appearance here. So that for me is the big curveball of this. Bind for me, That's just going to be a banger.
Yeah,
like, that's the one that leans
yeah.
into the whole Giga banger of this series.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about Bind as well. I like the idea of it going to Haven because it feels almost poetic, considering I guess what you call it now, Mech or Gambit back then, that game that they had on Haven that was so defining of the times.
Angel on the Reyna, right? For map, yeah?
I mean, you know,
yeah?
Reyna lives matter, as the crowd is telling me. Yeah, I kind of just want to see that at this point. Like, going the distance would be fantastic. It's got to be exhausting, though. Like, again, we have to kind of discuss the fact that these players are humans, and they have been playing now best of 5 that leads into a grand final. The prep time alone is going to be so short between this. I guess for the players' sake, you kind of hope it's quick, but for the viewers' sake, I'm kind of hoping we do go all the way. So let's kind of go through where you expect this to lean. So I think it's a fair assessment if you're just talking on paper from what we've seen so far. Split looking pretty likely for FPX here, right? And thank the Lord, I think they are ready to go back into game. Jeez, here we go. Thank you, Copenhagen, for bearing with us, and everyone, of course, at home. 9-4, we dive back in. Hopefully all the issues are resolved. And we kind of remind you of the purchase that we were at. We've got a couple of sheriffs, odds and ends. It ain't pretty for FPX. Obviously, OpTic on the other side, a far better purchase.
We can see any attempt here from OpTic to take back this mid-space. It's only Victor here with the Bulldogs. He's got to be careful not to give away this weapon, or give away the opener at least. Angel doing Angel things. Finds himself inside ropes pretty early on. Actually, there's an opportunity here for Victor to be overwhelmed. Can isolate this kill. Actually, Victor wisely backing away.
Oh, Victor's reading it right. He kind of senses the pressure. Good timing on the swing. Doesn't take a point of damage, though. Does have to relinquish control towards Heaven. Noting at least Angel potential on the cross, but it's Zipan on the challenge. Not taking any of them down just yet. Has to peel away. ZA towards CT, and Marv the one to find Xiao. So far, so good for OpTic. Until then, knocking at the door, it's Artist and Angel. In combination with the spike goes down, and Marv slips back away towards main. Uncomfortable position to try and deal with FNS. Squishing up! An Angel!
That's a huge kill.
Controlling the angle so well. And Crashy's clawing this one back.
Damage done, though. FPX will find 3 of OpTic. The Bulldog and the Spectre saved across here. FPX will come into this with an advantage here in terms of the inventory. We'll have to see how OpTic approach this. They're looking as if they want to pad this out with as many rifles as possible. Let's see FPX now resort back to a more traditional default. And maybe an attempt here by OpTic to get very, very early mid-control. The back of Crashies and Victor with this flash.
Oh, speaking of Victor. Quick with it. Checks down by Sur and then peels away. Sees actually nothing, which tells him a little, I guess. It's small piece of information now coming back together. Yeah, pushing up on the extremity as well. Not overextending, but again, we know what FPX play like. They set that default, they run it into the ground, they'll try and draw utility across the map, hopefully. But Xiao sitting so deep here. I mean, if you clear this, you still think someone's around it.
Yeah, he has so much info, though. So they can prioritize this now, which is why we see a third member here.
Oh,
and yeah, he does
huge.
win out.
That's huge. That's a spike back down there. But again, just doing that damage gives away a little bit of intent that maybe FPX were trying to keep close to their chest.
On the back of the first blood. OpTic can now play a little slower. Force the hand of FPX.
I got the spike.
Have to try and recover this now. I mean, FNS have rotated towards in the discipline spot. He's going to be cleared here.
But can anyone draw attention away from him? I'm kind of curious if you
Yeah,
might
there.
see Hey try. Well, that was swift, maybe not. And then FNS checked as well. FPX are just looking so clean.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Victor and Crashy's work cut out. Artist quickly dispatches of Victor. Is so easy for him. What more can these two do? They're locked out here. This is surely going to be 10, Mike.
Got to imagine it will be. Still utility to navigate there with, yeah, look at Crashies and Marv both going to try and hold on to these rifles, and one of them being a Bulldog. Try and get this done, but FPX, man, they slow things down on the back of that opening engagement. They actually prioritize their way back to A main. The clearance on Ye is fantastic, but Zipan's swinging Heaven from so wide because there's no second player to pressure this entry towards A. And FNS just loses out. FPX find double digits. A comfortable recovery in that round. See here is whether or not OpTic have anything really to...
He's pretty torn up. I mean, they can probably get a bit of a fight, but it ain't going to be pretty coming into this round. And I just love how refined FPX are looking. Everything seems so drilled, you know, crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Everything is looking good. And you can see the gaps in the purchase coming out from OpTic.
Be a judge brought in by Victor. And nowhere near that showstopper either. Yay, 2 off the tour de force, and it will be him to pick up the Bulldog. FPX looking fairly invested, committed towards this A site execute once again.
And Zipan just happily going to take the space to start with. Forces crashes into the corner. Has to give away the game a little, but Zipan's still closing the gap, and he's swift to it as well. Yay, waiting. Perfect timing! Slides on it, slides on out! FPX taking the site. Spike's already there. OpTic gonna have to play retake with 3. Bulldog picked up for merely a second. Victor dispatched of.
But Xiao just TP'd past FNS.
Sure, as you do.
There.
And what are you meant to do with this now, though? Xiao's position is such a problem. Marv has to bail him out here. He's got to be a crowbar into this round. FNS trying to draw out Xiao, pull him into the fight, but FNS has to commit eventually, has to get closer. Good shot towards Artis, but there's too many of FPX on the side. It's 11 now for them. And OpTic running out of chances on map 1.
Haven't got an important ultimate available here to get to on the lockdown, allowing them with a clean sweep of one of these sites if they opt for it. Yay, just desperately trying to do something to support Crashy, but FPX find this space and they almost get themselves into a position where for 3 to 5 seconds they're able to actually wait out, allow that pressure to build and force Ye's hand. He has to try and do something to stop the site falling in favor of FPX.
Just feels like they just haven't found an answer throughout this game. This stage is not giving them any comfort here. Even their prior game that they played out, it was pretty swift. It was.
I mean, there's been very few confidence plays from OpTic. There's not really been any sort of, you know, calculated aggression other than well, initially we saw a flash down mid, but that was kind of the entirety of the first half. I was feeling exactly the same thing. It was a very, very slow and laboured approach from OpTic, which isn't usually the words you use to describe OpTic.
It's really not, and that style, FPX will just eat it alive. You can't play that against them. They'll be so unbothered, and I feel like that's absolutely the case here. But again, how do OpTic change that now? You're staring down 11 rounds against you, 11-5. It's such a long road back. Now, again, keep in mind, the vast majority of these rounds have been the pistols. 4 of their 5 rounds have been pistol rounds for OpTic. They've only converted 1 gun round. Mike, that's shocking.
It really is. This is going to be another round that actually coming into this. I mean, yeah, the Marv, a rifle, no armor, light shields across here. 2 Spectres to round things out. OpTic looking to make a stand here in round 17.
And finally they take a fight, but look at what meets them. Zipan so quick with it, and FPX happy to brawl. They've got rounds for days.
Well, OpTic almost know they have to here. With the lockdown, they know that B main is going to be contested. Ultimately losing out Marv will make it a little harder, actually, even to slow down this execution. It takes away a lot of utility in the retake as well. Again, telling them what they want, but there's 3. It looks like they might try and even flash out here, Lauren.
Here we go, underhand flash, and they actually ate a fair bit of it, just giving Sugetsu the easier fight again. Finally, Ye wins it out. But look what's remaining. It's still a 3v2 in favor of FPX. And the wrap comes in. Yay, good for it. For Angel needs to find it on Zipan. Gone correct. FNS in between them.
Artis will hear this drop, though.
Well, Zipan seems aware of the possibility. And the timing might become a problem now. FNS has to commit to one side of the 2. Draws out the attention of Zipan, but we know that Artis is on the way. Slowly closing in, and death from above. 12 for FPX now. 5 for OpTic, and once again, FPX looking so unbothered by this game.
And great discipline as well. They find the opener. They know that actually they have a point of weakness here to exploit. They don't invest the lockdown, and they're even in a better position now. The lockdown, the null command. Perfect to clear out sight, set things up. Angel one off the Viper's pit as well. So if he finds the plant, they can set up an absolute stranglehold here. As if there might be a little bit of focus towards mid here from both sides. OpTic set up as 3. Nobody on the other side from FPX to greet it though.
Map 1 on the line now. And OpTic trying to get into things. It's going to be a brawl down in middle.
You should
On the
run.
other side, Artis is there. Lockdown coming in as well. And they're going to still committing. Marv has to face the music, and Ye is there with him. Finally, they draw blood. Support on the way, but Angel barely making it there in time. Has to re-clear this, and the fight continues. The battle raging on. Xiao. Uh-oh, it's all falling apart. They finally had an advantage. They had something going in their way. He has to get away. Finds a little bit of safety, but has a little bit of a look here. Where are FPX going? What do they want to do with this when they hit the brakes for a second, reconsider their options? The spike's en route to A.
Still got the possibility here to find favourable timing. FNS finally making his way back through spawn. He'll get there ahead of FPX. He's only on a Spectre, so he has to tuck into sight. He has to play close contact. And FPX have been fantastic for these clearances.
I think Ye's timing could be so good. It could be divine. It could be divine intervention. Ye gonna catch Angel. Solidifying the knowledge that they're probably heading this way. 20 seconds now. FPX running low on time, but they love this. They like playing to those last couple of seconds on the clock, but they got to get going, and FNS is still there as well. Ye! Finding the time to come alive. Starting to heat up in this, but Xiao has been godlike, and he is not going to get a chance at it now. Yeah, you're going to catch him in the heels and give OpTic one more chance at this.
They cling to life on the back of a 4K from Ye. And the tour de force this time around, we see immediately the null commands popped when they feel that pressure in mid. They can't close it out though. Victor, I think, opens things up here. Yeah, and Ye with the classic finding Zipan.
30 seconds left.
A great play for this reposition is perfect as well. No re-aggress towards mid.
10
Even
seconds
FNS
left.
slipping into sight here. Yeah, he just makes sure.
He's trying. Can't say he's not. But we go back in, and we know how many rounds that FPX have to play with here. And OpTic, the pace they have to bring.
Unfortunately, I mean, with how the ultimates aligned there, that was their 1 in 6, round, like the snowballing round that they could have potentially sealed the deal here. OpTic win out massively in that regard. And they're looking to get a little more proactive now. Ye and Marv go exploring outside B.
Huge.
And it's going to pull this rotation. Victor, very early on. Now actually Ye from bottom mid towards Sushi has mid control.
This is massive for Ye, but he has to hit the shot again, finding impact here. If he has to do it, he'll do it himself. Sugetsu, though, aware of the chance that something's wrong. Someone's behind the wire, and Marv is. Both of them now just frozen in place. Timing's everything. Sugetsu's got it. Marv goes down. The numbers now evened up 4-4. How much more can Ye do? How many times does he have to deliver in this? But he's in the right place for it. This pinch looks like it's going back towards B.
This could be another 4v5 that FPX flip on the back of that
30
first blow
seconds
off to
left.
Zipan. Oh, listen, just waiting things out temporarily. Again, the knife going to give away a lot of information. 2 members on site. See how FPX approach now. Forced out perfectly by the utility.
But there's still Ye. Finds one. Spammed out. Had to be taken down. Put to bed by Angel. 13 seconds now. Crashes in FNS. Angel's watching it. He's watching it. The battle of the IGLs, and Angel wins that out. Crashes now. So much to do and so little time. FPX forced OpTic to bend the knee here. 13-6. It was clear cut, Mike.
Really was. It just felt really, really flat from OpTic. Like I said, none of the usual win conditions. There's no real flair to any of these rounds. None of this aggression that they make look so easy for them. FPX played it out perfectly. This is almost the expectation that you have, right? FPX is just a slow burn, just to basically wear away at their opponent.
Wow.
It's a beautiful round from Xiao, though. The thing is when you have such a good grasp on the macro in the game, but then also you have the second layer to that, which is we got 2-3 players potentially that will bail us out of awful situations.
Oh, hands down. I mean, it was... Quiet from Artis doesn't feel right because he was still putting up numbers, doing his job. But again, Sugetsu was fantastic and the Xiao fantastic. Both of them having a great performance here.
Oh no, Artis in particular, the use of his ultimate, his utility was fantastic.
Yeah.
In the correct rounds as well, particularly in the first half where, Ye is going to be the problem maker. He's going to be the one that they have to shut down. So in that regard, Artis playing a very different role here, but did it very well.
Well, look, that's map 1, and it was honestly quite one-sided. It was quite a clear-cut affair for FPX, and if I'm not mistaken, that was OpTic's map choice too. So things could be going a little wrong, but again, it's a best of 5. It's a long series now, so do stick around. We'll be back after the break.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
What a fantastic start from FPX. They lead 1-0 in this best of 5 against OpTic. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with a Sideshow Doug. And Jess, that was OpTic's map pick. This is a serious statement from FPX here.
Yeah, I think it absolutely is. At the same time, it's not necessarily about Split being the best map ever for OpTic, but the manner in which they won is just dominant. Absolutely dominant. OpTic won both pistols and lost the map in commanding fashion. That's only happened twice so far in the tournament. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and imagine if they didn't. What would the round count have been then? What, they win 2 rounds?
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you're kind of looking down the barrel of an absolute thrashing. Without the pistols, without the second, this is a thrashing, and you kind of have to subtract that, the round count, and turn around and go, FPX, one of their best days on this map, considering we know them to be quite an attacking-sided team on this map recently.
It was Michael on the desk. The guy's very intelligent. He doesn't miss very often. I can personally attest to the fact that Hypoc doesn't miss. On the desk, he said, this feels like a must-win for FPX. And bro, it was not close. No. Right? Like Xiao, you see his plays on your screen right now. Like he took over at many points in the first half, and come second half, he didn't have to do much else.
Yeah, I know that all of the focus is going to be on the big fraggers for FPX here, but one of my concerns was about Angel, about how often is he going to be taking those fights and is he going to get punished? He normally averages about 5 opening duels on a map that is this long. He only took 1.
Yep.
And that, even though he's at the bottom of the scoreboard here, this actually means he's not going to be a weakness if he keeps allowing those big hitters on his team to take the first fights.
I mean, FNS, we were speaking about him on the desk. He actually didn't have a bad start at all.
No, not at all. But I think the mid-round calling is what I was curious to see how he would perform in that situation. And the truth is, it was, again, just kind of a stomp across the board.
Yeah, before we move on to map 2, it's time for our Aim Lab shoot-around. And here is a fan here at Masters Copenhagen having a go. I will say, though, there's a lot of aimers, cracked aimers in the crowd. I want to see CNED go up there and have a go. CNED, if you can hear me, I need you to go down there in the Aim Lab and show everyone how it's done.
Can we still get their crosshair?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the QR code to pop up, and I've got my phone ready, and I'm like, I actually use a crosshair very similar, quite small, you know, little red one, so yeah, shout out to them. They've got a little bit, and looks like their sensitivity was incredibly high there. I think they were a wrist aimer through and through, so yeah, that's impressive.
Maybe we'll see them next year, you know, on one of the Masters. Who knows? Dreams come true. This is where dreams come true. And speaking of dreams, I got to say that all 3 of you were a little bit surprised that we're getting Icebox this early on. Do you feel like this is going to be a bit of a nightmare for either of these teams as we move on to it?
I think we need to go back to remembering that while, yes, OpTic's pick was split first, the fact that this is a marathon, the fact that it's a best of 5, I don't put nearly as much weight in that as I would in other circumstances. If it was a best of 3 and OpTic got pushed around that way, yeah, maybe a little bit more, but the truth is, because it's a best of 5, because we're going to go through so many different maps, and because once you get to this middle area of this of the rotation, it gets a lot more up in the air. It's much more like tossy-uppy.
Tossy-uppy.
Your phrases that you're adding to the dictionary are great. I love it.
Yeah, that's the technical term, I think. Tossy-uppy is a great way of putting it, though, because while this has been a map that OpTic have started removing, FPX have never been afraid to play it. They're 1-5 in Stage 2. And if you take a look at what FPX have actually been doing, they don't look that bad. They're 1-5, sure, but actually they've got some good ideas, and they've been playing it again and again and again against Fnatic. That's part of the problem. 4 of those games are against Fnatic. Yeah. But they actually had some decent ideas. This was when they played it and they went out to an 8-4 lead, playing aggressively. Ardis looking to take fights over and over again at the beginning of these rounds, and then still finding ways to outplay in the middle of the round. As you can see here, Zipan just neutralizing a win condition for them to go 8-4 up at the half. But the fact of the matter is, they've still gone 1-5 on it, and they ended up losing that. They couldn't close out an 8-4 lead. So I'm not confident about them here, but they might have what it takes.
I like that you've pointed out the fact that there's actually a huge unknown factor. I love stats. I'm the stats girl. I'll rip it any day of the week. But I actually don't think it tells the full story here, and we have to allude to that. The fans have to be aware that whilst OpTic has banned it, and FPX go, oh, they didn't ban it this time, we can pick it. We can, you know, sweep the rug out from underneath them because they took that risk of banning Ascent against us. The reason they're able to do that is they're going up against Fnatic. And Fnatic is one of the best Icebox teams in the world. And I almost want to put a, you know, little asterisk, a disclaimer at the end of those losses and go, well, you know, if I was ELO rating this, I would actually lower that all the way down as a loss.
I also think that having that much practice against Fnatic is a good thing.
Sure.
Like, if you had, but that's a good thing, right? Because like OpTic have not been able to play opponents of that caliber on this map.
That is true, but again, I do think it's tossy-uppy. Right, like, yes, FPX have the reps against Fnatic, and it's been suspect, but they've learned a lot. I am absolutely confident of that. And while OpTic may not have that same privilege, their calling card has always been preparation. They know what they're walking into, and maybe even though they knew what they were walking into, that blender may have had him feeling less than great after split. I don't know. I think FPX can go either way.
Well, you guys have seen a lot of great plays already today here at the lower bracket finals. But here are some of the top frags we've seen throughout this entire tournament.
I'm a ticket. They have to go into this B side. And fair play. He's got that online now. Here we go. Potentially help them on the fight here on B. This was the plan last time that he goes up here. That there's a horn. Instead, jumping in. Turn around. Yes, turn around. They are back to back within the site. They have absolutely no idea, but it doesn't seem to matter. Side is going to get away with it. A massive misplay. They didn't have the sound.
Again, Winston, this is so difficult.
Tall order here for Zenfree. 2 flashes to make use of, and PRX playing pretty split, but Xiao's got first contact on the door.
Lovely.
It's
clean.
though.
Oh, it's clean. Unbelievable scenes. 1v3 like that. You don't get often.
Oh, he's dodged it just about. The boom bot not gonna see him. They think this is completely clear. Kesnet, the trigger discipline, well, he's only got the one, the rest are barreling through long, but he's got a showstopper to catch them on the way. Less in onto Delzik, the advantage now for Loud. The spike recovered, but look who's behind. It's Kesnet again! 4 kills, and he's dropped the spike. Now only less to deal with.
Mano a mano contra Les, la spike tirada.
Yeah! There it is! An ace from Kesnet. This guy just doesn't stop.
Pretty invested towards B main. See this just burst on the back of the smoke coming through.
Crashes shoulders. Oh, Crashies! Loud have now given themselves an option, a chance in this. Crashies now turning to the back of the site though. Spots out. One is stunning. And he's looking on the money. Crashies is formidable right now. Let's go! That is how you make a statement.
Good ultimates here for Xerxia, but terrible weaponry.
They're not wasting any time, are they? Lockdown's going to be used. Reach ended up using that double up trap. It's going to get destroyed, and Fox, he deals with it. The flank coming down. Oh, look at this. Already through, but now the rolling thunder pushes it back. The aggression, the flash. There was a play being made in the aftershock up top, but even an ult of their own. Fulvection need to end this one here, and now the Cosmic Divide. Dodging, juking, sidestepping in between. It's all up to Fox. Left alone. Can he do it? The reset 1-2 has to reload. Time is on it. What? Pulls out the ace and he keeps them in the map.
I love that trip down memory lane, but also it goes to show how competitive everything that the likes of Kesnet didn't make it to the top 4, top 3 of this tournament.
And he had so many outrageous plays. You think about the last play too, #1 on that top 5, like that was still this tournament. It feels like so long ago, but at the same time, like those are plays that are ingrained in your mind.
Yeah, we're gonna send this over to a quick break, but on the back of this, we're gonna be heading straight into Agent Select. We see you in a minute.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. feeling obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select soon, but I wanted to ask you guys a question because, as you mentioned, Sideshow, FPX, they've played Fnatic a bunch of times on Icebox, and they keep changing their stuff. They bring in the Yoru, they take out the Yoru, they want to try everything. What version of that would you like to see today?
I like the play that they were going for previously, where Artis was taking fast, aggressive fights. They have the Raze in there as well. I think that's going to be the key.
What about you guys?
That's far too civilized. I want Reyna. Give me Reyna. Just full chaos.
Angel Reyna?
Yes.
I like that. I like that.
You know what?
Touch.
Out of all the chaotic choices we can have, I like it. However, the fact that you brought up the Raze, the fact that they bring the stage.
It's OpTic
Wow.
that do something a little bit different.
I mean, different and insane. I've only seen one team run the Neon on Icebox. Theoretically, some awesome ways of being able to use the fast lane, but I've just never seen anyone pull it off.
It just feels like the corners are too tight. Like, how do you get enough effective space? I guess the relay bolts are going to be massive when it comes to clearing all of those corners out. It's going to be interesting to see. But if there's anyone who I feel confident in the Neon at this tournament on a first map thing, yeah, it'd be Victor.
Oh yeah, and also you know for a fact that Coach Jet has been sat there with his big old bowl of soup, stirring up something new, and he's come out with a new cringe cop.
The cringe soup.
I also wonder why they decided to take Zipan off of the Raze and put him on KO here.
Yeah.
And Angel has not changed. He's staying with the Phage.
Just very different compositions for both teams. I think it takes expectations totally out the window.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me now as well is that if you're going to try something, I also am wondering whether they didn't ban the maps to hide this particular strategy, but do you think all along they were just waiting to be able to pull this kind of thing out? Ban, 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 then finally we know at some point we're going to have to play this, and then we pull it out. Let's not pull it out before then. Let's show it right now when we have to.
Yeah.
I like that.
That is the OpTic special. It's what they did in the finals with Breeze, and now Breeze has just been a mainstay for them in their map pool. This team is not content with having a permaban or any map they're weak on.
I also think it's smart because, like you said, Jess, if they had to play against Fnatic today, they would have had to play Icebox. And also PRX, they're waiting for them in the grand finals as well. I cannot wait to see how this comp is going to look on the server. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you. Yeah, that Neon is standing out to me. Mike, we've got into the unknown, right? We're in this whole new realm of expectation. Neon coming out here for OpTic. It feels a little desperate to a degree, but it's not been a bad look for them.
It's bold.
We'll
I think that's the way. They do need a big switch up here.
They do.
They need to dig deep and pull out a totally different approach here to Icebox. Maybe this is the key. Again, I'm hoping they've cooked something up and this is going to be really effective. I'm one thing to counter to that is we know how FPX are going to play. This is one of their most proactive defensive maps. So the way that they play and utilize Artis in particular on this chamber, that's going to be key to FPX's success.
FPX have been in that dojo against Fnatic throughout EMEA. They have learned by the best, but we're underway in map 2 here. In a lot of finals, OpTic on the attack this time, and they've cracked out the Neon. Victor, you got to be white hot in this game. It's a lot on this man's shoulders, and of course FPX forged in the fires against Fnatic here. Not looking so good on paper, but the context is key. And we go already. FPX drifting deeper, falling away from the site, maybe posturing for a retake, as already OpTic are on site themselves. Oh, hello.
Angel finds the opener though.
How did Angel get that?
Will respond. Spike finally now being planted. It's a 4v4, and that first blood immediately countered by Crashies. Artis just about making his way back across.
You can see all that utility starting to be invested. Crashies forced away. Everything coming to play, and the patience from Victor. The double dip, though, had to go back for Xiao. Oh no! Bullets! Oh, but gets bailed out by Mart! And Victor tries to run, but you can't escape Artis. The 2v2 post, and it's good from Ye. Now just Sugetsu in the 1v2, but the time's ticking. He ain't got much of it left now. He's got to get a wiggle on. He's got to do something here. And he ain't going to get much out of it. It's a one and done. Yay! Pushes OpTic over the line. But again, roll your mind back to map 1. All that OpTic really got were those pistols, Mike. We got to wait for those gun rounds.
Yeah, and we talk about indicators. This is obviously a much quicker approach initially, slowed down by the knife. Again, just suppressing a couple of people ahead of that execution. Yeah, OpTic have 100% win rate on their opponent's map picks at Copenhagen. That is
ridiculous.
kind of wild, actually, consider it.
And I mean, of course my attention was drawn to Victor on this, but also you get to see a little bit more of that kind of purist style of that Artist against Ye as well. The chamber battle is going to be brutal in this. Speaking of, Artist gets warded away this time.
Just misses out on the jump there from the rope. Expect to see him in these positions time and time again. Just dipping his toes for that first blood. So looking to fully commit behind this drone. Actually, a lot of information. And Victor will find it first.
Yeah, Victor going to lean forward and take as much space as feasibly possible, but they know at least there's two around this corner. And how did Victor get that Angel of all those targets the furthest away? The spike is on the side, they've got to be a little cautious here. FNS going to have to try and hold the line. He's drifted forward. FNS the madman. Spike's down. Chip damage not coming in. FNS is dangerous. They hold together, and OpTic playing as that collective. Convert the second.
See here if this is any early advantage that OpTic can build up, because they need to get on the board after that first map. Like I said, they have to dig deep. This has to be almost a complete overhaul of the approach.
For sure.
Initially, a confident start. And see Victor dig a little deeper now and at least, you know, get back to sort of that comfort level, which is confidently swinging onto sights.
Yeah. It's hard to play that style when you're down a map, but again, marathon game. Victor needs to be taking that charge, and again, I want to see them look strong in the gun rounds. That's what I want to see a competitive game. FPX have proven that. They know what they can do here. And Artist unrelenting. He's still trying to be a problem for them, and Victor have his work cut out this game. They get past the first hurdle that would be Artist here. First challenger tell a lie was Zipan. Committed from the site. Rashies has seen enough. Victor's going to try and take that space away, and Artist, well, he's going to be found the whole way through, so has to slip back further here. There is that hit lurk, something we've not seen, and Artist ain't going to see again. So good work so far. 5 standing for OpTic, massive impact. FNS right up the guts there, taking Xiao out. Spike going to go down, and these rifles just not coming into the round yet.
Timing perfect for FNS as well. The kill onto Artist, disabling that trap. So now at a very comfortable post plant. Angel and Sugetsu are even going to look to do some damage here. They posted up. And actually losing out this time. Looked sharp for the first two.
Still 3 more to find though. Tall task. Victor heading this one up. Marv by his side though. And Angel and Sugetsu working forward. Barrel now noted. Victor fully aware. Marv finds Angel. And it's only down to Sugetsu. He's making a bit of run for it, but look who's on his heels. Victor does not want this man to get away. And Sugetsu will be forced to fight, and Victor, they're all desperate to get that gun out of his hands. OpTic, great work, 3 standing rifles coming out of this. This is the OpTic you needed to see.
As we talked about that stat breakdown at the start of the broadcast as well, this is almost a rarity for OpTic to convert this 3-0.
Yes.
Something like 13% it was sitting at, so already here, we're in the unknown. A little bit of a solo mission here from Zipan on the first challenge. What was that second shot? Yeah, he's threading the needle onto Artist, and like I said, it was the perfect timing for that kill to open up that mid-lurk for FNS.
And then let's kind of flip this on its head, right? We've got to then look to what this means for FPX. Obviously, they've lost out on the economy quite substantially here. Left down on the pistols, light armors. They're still trying to probe and find out information, but so far, OpTic just so happy to fight, take all the side control they need. Mid-control being tested this time, though. Angel, Xiao, Sugetsu. Looking for this, and Mobbed on the other side. Seemingly so cautious about this. Angel looking to instigate something here, but again, still slowly building towards that A-site. Artist. The protocol list is good so far. FNS gonna catch Sugetsu. And that mid-pressure, now relinquished.
Just anticipating something else behind this, but I see a little delayed. Zipan and Angel trying to pick up the slack there. Meanwhile, OpTic got comfortable setup once again on A-site. FPX are even going to be given the opportunity to find some consolations here.
Oh, it's a shutdown so far. This is clean work from OpTic. Exactly what the doctor ordered. See if they can keep the 5 standing. Those 5 rifles, build up their money. Yeah, looking likely. Xiao and Zipan now lost 2, just 1. And they only get 1. Marv's gonna fall, but the rest stay alive. They're building closer. OpTic coming out, making a statement now. This is much cleaner. Gotta wait for that buy coming in here for FPX.
I mean, this is crazy though. Marv actually has an ult command, and there are 3 ultimates, 1 away for OpTic.
It's such a valuable timeout as well. Got to hit the brakes, prepare themselves for this. If they lose this again, it becomes that cycle almost.
This could literally spiral out of control very early on here.
Yeah.
Yes, FPX are in a similar position with the ultimates, but the economy just isn't there for them. It has to be a clean round to get them on the board here. They have to chip away at that early stack that OpTic have very quickly garnered.
Yeah, what have they been able to identify? What have they worked out so far? How can they put themselves in good positions? We've noted that Artis has been pretty marked so far, had a couple of moments to maybe find some room, but limited impact.
Hasn't had that early round freedom to at least find a comfortable engagement. You can see a couple of times he's shut down with the knife where he's not going to just swing out. And I was saying, it was a little uncharacteristic to see Zipan on that solo mission to swing behind that, knowing full well there's going to be pressure coming towards Belt. So looking for FPX to really clean things up.
It's easier said than done, because the pace coming out from OpTic has been perfect for what they needed.
This is the perfect thing, right? Expecting FPX to be a little more proactive on the defense, at least in the early round. Victor and Marv are two key stakeholders for OpTic to really disrupt that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Again, Xiao yet to get off the starting blocks, but that'll be probably rectified soon. That guy's been unreal. Not worried about his performance just yet. But this is the round, this is the big one, this is one that can really make the difference. Operator out for Artis as well, so that could be impactful here. And the rifles obviously remaining, and the money building behind OpTic. They've got a lot going for their favor. And we go again. This is the buy round that matters. This is the big one now.
Look at the stun as well. Again, these are the sorts of things I'm talking about. It just doesn't give Artis any opportunity to find comfort. Obviously, the adjustment here from FPX. We're struggling on A. Xiao, you go play A, mate.
Bring Xiao over. Probably not a bad call, honestly, after map 1. And Artis sent on that solo site, basically towards B. You can have Zipan there, kind of in the back lines, but again, it's Ye starting to explore towards middle, and it's just a beheading. Angel, head ripped from his shoulders, and Ye takes space. And that's going to be a rotation issue now. They're going to be so isolated on the sites.
OpTic freeze, though. Anticipating further aggression. And Xiao to be the one behind this poison orb. No sound cues given away just yet on the side of OpTic, but soon enough, Sugetsu will be called upon here. Again, he's got this wall to play off from this top position. Everybody's stacked up here.
Xiao's coming over though. Let's see what Xiao can do about this as well. There's the first contact. It's not clean enough. Victor still stands. Xiao now swings, but the flash is good. He actually gets mobbed. Victor answers back. Xiao still stands. That's 2 this round. Oh, make it 3. Xiao is unreal right now.
There's the solution.
Impact. There it is. You noted it at the start. Pull Xiao over towards that A site. Switch him away with Artis, and look at what he's done already. Off the starting blocks, 3 critical kills.
Single-handedly as well. With an ult command coming through, Sugetsu put in a really tough position here, but the first one completely blind. The adjustment here. Find the second, and then FNS desperate to try and find this. And the reinforcements come through. Beautiful stuff from Xiao. And that's how he gets on the board.
Perfect answer. But OpTic just going right back to business. It's all 5. But the ult's going to come out for Sugetsu this time, so that could be stopping this. Where do they go with this now? Answer found. Put Xiao in the right place. OpTic still looking for chances, but they don't have step towards the rest of the map just yet.
Sugetsu actually a fairly exposed position inside this Viper's pit. Crashies. Oh, he does get spot out there, yeah, but like I said, opportunity here for Ye to spam back through, doesn't find it. Gets away unscathed.
Yeah, 1 and done, and now you see that next net starting to close. Ye! He's found Sugetsu!
Beautiful.
Ult's now down, Artis watching the cross, connects, FNS falls, Xiao now, called upon again, needs to stay alive, he can't, Marv's taking him down, but it's all on Marv. The 1v3 being closed in on, already noted, marked. He knows he's got trouble, and Angel is that trouble. FPX stabilizing now.
Just about feeling a little more comfortable here. And actually another example where FPX obviously don't feel the benefit of being forced to play retake in these early rounds. Because like I said, just it's extremely risky to play up top there on pipes. Ahead of that Shout's finding another fully blind kill, but the thing, the weakness here for FPX, I mean, they have an abysmal retake success percentage here on Icebox. It sits around 15%. So the fact that they're being forced to play this early on, they really have to kind of counter that aggression and stop this site hit from coming.
Yeah, and you can see OpTic are the ones to hit the timeout button here. Don't want to lose too much of what they've carved away with at the start. And we said how integral that 5th round was, the one that was converted by FPX. Now OpTic need to find a way to kind of stop this rot, right? Because FPX have done exactly what is needed. Okay, Xiao's adjusted, they're looking a little different now. How do we find ways to navigate this? Because really, we've only seen that A hit. Now, I do believe Mixwell is here. You know, G2 did also just like one side of this map as well. A lot of teams seem to trend towards one side. But I do want to see maybe OpTic starting to explore options. I want to see how much they've got with this Neon as well.
Absolutely, and that's where we want to see kind of the preparation. Now, knowing that this is potentially going to come and what's the adjustment going to be, I want to see really the layers to this composition and what they can achieve with it across the map. And here initially, at least just moving Xiao across to A site has allowed them to kind of stand their ground.
Right.
Brilliant.
But you're right. So the options now we have to start talking about for OpTic are, okay, maybe they address an adjustment towards that A site, right? There's that. Now they know the Xiao's there. Is there options they can
I mean, what is the adjustment for OpTic though?
The only thing is, kills.
Yeah, exactly.
it's easier said than done. So maybe that's not the ideal.
Most of this utility is being basically targeted towards Ardis as well. Not a lot of it is actually reliant on them, you know, digging deeper in towards backside and maybe going towards rafters, exploring behind screens. A lot of it is just to force Ardis off early angles. So actually, it's just numbers that OpTic are relying on. Once they're actually trying to get towards site, it's literally stacking up, deathballing, and playing trade. So that's the difficult part with this for OpTic. And really then with this comp change, you then think, well, actually, how versatile is it? If a team's able to switch things up and slow things down, which FPX are the kings of doing, particularly with a composition like this, with the Sage thrown in as well, it's even more comfortable to do so.
And for me, it's kind of exploring the further options beyond even just addressing that side. Okay, mid-control, we had FNS kind of slip the net once, really punish the pressure off the back of it. Do they have the capability to then adjust even further? What do they have towards that B site? How, you know, they haven't even explored this since that adjustment came. So curious if they're willing to explore that side of the map.
And in that regard, FPX have actually had the benefit, right? Of the way these early rounds have played out, they've allowed Ardis to stay a little longer, Angel to be tucked in towards Boiler. So because they're committing to this retake on A site, they know that there's actually not a lot of depth to what OpTic have been doing so far. So OpTic could come out and really throw a curveball in a couple of these rounds, but really it's reliant on drifting away from where they found early success here on Icebox.
Yeah, it's not an easy adjustment to make, and that's what I think a lot of us are looking at now.
Speak of the devil.
Oh, Mixwell. Nice to see you, buddy. Yeah, there's no easy option. I think at this level of gameplay, right, when you get to this standard, there is no easy adjustment. It's not just a simple answer to have, but I am looking to see what they explore here. There is purely eyes towards OpTic, because I feel like FPX, again, they could potentially come out of this tech timeout and adjust, right? They could completely change things up again. They could maybe go a little more aggressive. They could try and change things themselves. However, they don't necessarily need to. So at this point, it's just eyes on OpTic for me. I want to see how they try and maybe just put Victor into the rest of the game, right? Is how much versatility does this Neon bring? How much impact can it have? Obviously, it looks pretty decent towards A. It's shown its validity there. What else can it bring through? So that, to me, is the main thing. So obviously, we saw it on Fracture, right? It was the biggest thing that kind of came out of that side. We were super in love with. Okay, super viable, looks great. Haven, to a degree. Applied it there, so it's not just a one trick, right? It's not just one look that we've only seen on one map. It can apply, but again, Icebox just doesn't feel like it suits it in my mind.
To come back and Josh makes a point, you don't see it often, and that's why it's very difficult to really mix things up. The utility possibilities aren't there. There's not an awful lot different you can do, and even seeing early on Victor showing that stun through just onto the top of pipes to deny that early space. Those are nice little touches, but how many different looks are there for things like that? And if FPX don't really spoon-feed you these opening engagements, then, like I said, you're burning up so much. By the time you get into sight, you're relying on just taking these raw gunfights.
Well, thankfully, we are going back in. So once again, thanks for the patience. 4-2, if you are just tuning in. OpTic honestly did pretty well at the start. That 4 on the trot was enough to alleviate a little of those worries from map 1. However, in the critical round, FPX have found stability. So this is now, does OpTic have a solution? Even though the scoreline is still in their favor, I still want to see what they do in this. This is a critical round.
So the force will be online. FPX previously, I mean, it was Ardis, but great usage of KO utility to really shut this down, mitigate the risk of Ye being on the map. First time we've seen a real adjustment here for OpTic. They're exploring mid. That's everybody committed to this. Angel really going to feel the pinch here.
It's tense, and again, we did see that little bit of a mid-explosion from FNS, but not to this extent. Not with 3 players, and there's the burst, there's the contact. It's Angel removed, and Zippin now just takes a little bit of look. Noting merely 1, but he knows there's more. Ult even coming in.
This is such an early investment as well. It's going to give him a little bit of breathing space. Angel back on his feet now, but
it's still Ardis.
Fully relies on them getting B site control.
He still has to do damage.
He gets ahead of the knife.
Great work from Ardis. He gets to keep his life and back away. Oh, so close. And suddenly,
oh my God,
Victor appears. Oh, Ardis! It's sanity from the man himself. Finally tested, finally delivers. And FNS, a mile away in middle. Not much to do to deny. Has to sit back and watch as the defuse come in. FPX looking good here. 3 for them now.
What an absolutely ridiculous round from Ardis. Again, to catch Victor desperately trying to find something as the spike's being planted. But this is beautiful. Sees the knife coming through, peeks, gets the TP ahead of being suppressed. That is outrageous from Ardis.
There he is. Ardis himself again. A tough matchup here, because a lot of them, you know, you're looking at him versus Ye, right? Impact alone.
That's not a matchup you want to be a part of.
No one goes, oh yeah, love a bit of that. Absolutely not. Ye is a monster of that sort of thing.
What was the quote? Ardis just said, yeah, hopefully Ye doesn't farm us.
So far, so good. You can already see Ardis getting a little curious. Starting to show a little bit of presence towards middle. And OpTic exploring options. Posting up Ye towards one side of the map. And the other 4 starting to look towards B. But again, Ardis is here. You got Zipan there as well. And the timing's everything on this one. Ardis again, surely not. Surely they're going to get vengeance from the last round. A flash noted and a player found. FNS falls. He gets to keep his life for now. How long can this man stay alive? And he gets out of danger again. Criminal work from him.
Being allowed to set up that second TP as well. Now with a lot of utility burnt up. Ye tries to progress towards it, but
you can't escape
the cross.
You can't escape this guy. He's got the spike down as well. Now Ye did get ahead, but he has to find at least 2 here. Ardis waiting for his moment. He's got to know there's another crash. He's trying to navigate a way around, and you're going to have to face the music at some point. Forced away initially. It's all a waiting game. Crashies. Great shot. Great shot, but it's still on Ye to find value, and he does. Finds the head of Sugetsu, and he flies on in. Looking for more, but Xiao's here still. Back of the site, spike on the way, 17 seconds. Oh, the shot goes a mile away. And now Crashies, feeling uncomfortable. 10 seconds now, can't get it done. FPX bring that scoreline right on back.
Starting to feel a little more confident as well. Ardis happy to swing mid, even taking the second challenge as well. Beautiful stuff to find the first. Repositioned back here to catch this, and like you said, it's the spike noted. So it really slows down the round. The worst possible scenario here is it's Ye that has to aggress onto A site with an operator. There's no comfort factor.
I'd rather win.
Pressure now starting for OpTic. The round they called the timeout for is long gone here, and FPX have looked even stronger as they've gone forward. Yeah, you're looking for a chance in middle. Timing's good for Angel though, and that's information alone found. Yeah, he's still looking to punish Angel. A vulnerability found, and once again a pick found, but look who's waiting on the other side, the Nemesis. His opposing number. It's Ardis. He's not backing away just yet though, forced off the initial angle. And now they have to deal with him. They have to pay respect to this man.
Now actually getting a little bit aggressive over the other side. We'll find Ye.
What a shot. And Crashy's just going to try and keep composure towards the side, but Zipan is there watching the cross. They're being funneled towards this, 3 of them standing like lambs to the slaughter so far. Ardis unfazed, unmoving, holding the angle. Once again, information found. They try and progress. Tap on the spike, draws the shot. They get to keep their life. They take down Artis. Critical for success, at least to get the plant down. And does Crashes get out? He does. And he's got his ult as well.
See FPX get quickly towards this retake now. Xiao taking a lot of time towards mid, but conscious of a lurk. Can they buy enough time here for the Hunter's Fury? Crashes already trying to challenge here, but nobody from FPX actually on the other side of this.
No, lacking intent so far. They're not particularly drawing much mind from OpTic here. What's the plan to try and get this spike back on side? Oh, fully blind! Stands and takes the fight. Now Crashes has to do it, but actually maybe not. FNS more than capable on his own. Holds the line and keeps OpTic just ahead in this.
And this is another way you feel as if FPX are going to be able to wait out this first blood, and Xiao finally responds. Oh, it's disgusting. It looked even better from the other angle. He's so sharp, man.
Love the work.
Well played, boys. Well played, Austin. Thank you, brother. Cool, boys.
Keeping calm, trying to stay composed here. In front of the crowd, all matters hitting a little bit harder, all the adrenaline running, but they're keeping their composure. We go back in, and OpTic once again looking towards his A site. Popping the ult, and away we go. Xiao going to be nullified to a degree, but how much can he do with that weapon in his hand? Still so good with it. Going to find one, take away that front line. Fix is now gone. Xiao's going to dip away. No trade. No one came through. No pressure. Finally forced to fight and finally falls. The swing comes in, and bye-bye Zipan. It's marved. The site's somewhat theirs, but it's not particularly safe. Not going to go down. And it's a 3v3.
Try and make use of this tour de force on the way back in. Sugetsu and Angel going to be the ones that have to try and open things up, and Artis immediately removed from the equation. But Sugetsu responds with 2.
How's he done that now? FNS with 1v2. Clutch before, but has to do it again. The first, he got it. Found Sugetsu, dips away for the 1v1. Angel, the 2 IGLs, the 2 captains for the side, and closing in slowly but surely. Angel's just around the corner. Oh, and he's got him. Angel's got him. Finds FNS a pixel out of place. The defuse is there, and FPX take back the scoreline 5-5.
The timing is so excruciating for FNS. I think Angel just catches
it must have been a
barrel drifting
something.
back. Sugetsu, man, on the way back.
Oh,
look at that.
Come on.
That was a completely free engagement as well, with Artis falling so early there.
Well done, Popo. Well done, bro.
Beautifully done. FPX tie things up. 5 apiece now.
The money's got to be bad for OpTic, right? Like, what state are they in now? Surely they're taking a bit of a hit in that regard.
Right, yeah, off the tour de force. Victor on 2900. No ultimate available either, so really difficult here. Yeah, actually just bringing a Spectre into this. They've
been trying to target Angel in middle. Finding him early a couple of times. Trying to prop up Artis. Gets noted. You're lucky to keep your life there. You are a lucky boy, because Ye was about to punish you.
He doesn't miss many of those.
No, he doesn't. He's still really pressing this issue. He wants Angel dead. Bailed out by Marv for now. Gets to keep his life. And what's happening on the other sides of the map? The extremities are also being pressured. Oh! Get out of here, FNS! This guy's sharp as hell. Ult comes in, the plan looking a little bit more likely. Anyone lingering around? No, they've had to respect this. They're stacked up towards middle. 2 more players here. Angel came on through. Chip damage here and there, but the plants come in. Xiao sprays in. Nothing for it, though. Post-plant time. Ult comes through. Angel wants in on this one. FNS is barely alive at this point. He's still going to keep his life. No spam connecting, fortunately. OpTic have to be careful. Victor, the timing, but Xiao's going to check it. Doesn't quite get what he wants, and Artis takes him out of the matter. 3 still standing for FPX, but the ult still stands strong for OpTic as well. Time, though, going to become a factor here. They've got to get a move on if they want it, and FNS is not letting this one go! He will not let this slip! He'll do it himself if he has to! OpTic take back the lead!
In a crucial round as well. Another round that FNS is able to deliver. Stand strong for OpTic.
Leading by example, Mike. This guy, they needed him right now, and he is finding form. The veterans of the side. And this is the game we wanted, a close affair between these two. 5-6 though. We're back underway. Artis, operator out. Similar scenes for Ye. And what do we have this time? Understanding! Sends it! Catches Victor, and again, dulling the tip of the spear for OpTic.
And they've left Victor in a number of these rounds now, that late round piece on A site, or at least through mid. I remove that now. You see the adjustment immediately from FPX. Sugetsu can't be caught off guard once again. FNS, he's waiting for the flash here.
Sugetsu. Spidey sense tingling, he's committing to this corner. But FNS still found Xiao behind him. Sugetsu in no man's land. He's reeled, has to get out of there. Fall away to safety for a second. Crashy's getting all of that information though. This side is looking good for them. FNS sticking a little bit closer, trying to get a little bit further forward. Crashy's gonna get the plant down. And now it's time. FNS takes down Sugetsu. He looks for more, he can't get it this time. He needs the rest of his side to step up as well. Marv and Ye, this is the time to do it. To lock it down, to really take that lead away. To somehow secure it, and they can't! They fall in quick succession. And FPX are gonna get the defuse, and this game could not be closer.
And considering how this round, this half started as well, incredible that FPX are able to claw their way back in. And both teams going blow for blow here. FNS though going huge in these last 3 or 4 rounds.
This guy's
pivotal for OpTic. I mean, some of these, they're almost completely at a loss.
Oh, they've lost the first pick every now and then. They've been put in really unfavorable scenarios. And FNS has been digging deep for the boys, sitting at the top of the board for his squad at 14-7. It's 6-6. It could not be closer. Analyst desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. 6-6 at the half. We weren't sure what to expect on Icebox, but what did you make of that, Saisho?
I thought it was a great half, hyper competitive, and I just got to echo the caster's point of view. When you start out 4-0 down, that takes real guts to get back into it. And I felt like to start the half, the chamber diff was in occurrence. Ye was finding Ardis and killing him over and over and over again. And yet, the deeper we got, the more Ardis started to get into it, and the more FPX had other people waking up as well.
I mean, there's someone that has to answer the call that is Ye's chamber. There's someone else who is vying for the top chamber spot in the world at the moment, and it is Ardis. And what he was able to do in the second quarter, I'm going down to quarters here. Yeah. That is how deep we have to dive here. The second quarter, Ardis woke up, understood what his role is, and especially on a long-range map like Icebox, you have to be the middle guy. You have to be the guy that meets them in the middle and is going to take the challenge.
I mean, I do think even with that in mind, while the stats look similar, it is worth noting at the very bottom you saw it. 3 head-to-head kills for Ye, none on the side of Ardis, and that's just going to be such a fun matchup to continue to watch because you can see, like, man, when Ardis gets into it, when he's feeling good, he leans into it, and it's just so much fun. He just hasn't gotten the best of Ye.
Yeah, we said we were going to take a look at Victor's Neon, though. That is the most exciting thing that you've got out here, and honestly, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't had it.
You know what he's done a lot of?
What?
Run in and die. He's run in and died. Now, I have a sneaky suspicion we're not going to see the clips here of him running in and dying. I think they'll paint
a couple.
They might paint a prettier picture of what he's been able to do on the Neon. But for the most part, it's about taking space. It almost throws me back to the Jet era of, you know, Cloud, you know, dash in and then get the space and then whatever happens, happens. But it sort of comes off as that vibe.
But what I'm thinking is here, if OpTic have got up to 6 rounds and we haven't seen what their thought, what their game plan is, maybe it's all about the defensive half. Maybe he's going to start using his wall a bit more there, because at the moment, he's not really getting those kills.
Oh yeah, it's because he's making space for Daddy to frag. The guy's 14-7, man. Like, when Finesse is on, how much more can you ask for?
Yeah, and I know he's the daddy, but the father of Valorant, Mixwell in the crowd, he's watching right now as well. Pansy and Hypog, let's pitch us back into the second half and see who's going to come out on top.
Well, we're going to find out in a couple of seconds now, and you're absolutely right. FNS has been leading the pack for OpTic. It's been beautiful to watch, stepping up as is necessary. However, we still wait to see how that Neon gets activated. Will there be value to this, Mike?
I mean, this is the half that it's almost going to be arguably more difficult to show us something here. It's like, cool, that's prepped. You can replicate that round by round. So I'm really curious to see the approach here. Expect too many fireworks here, at least in the pistol round. Marv with some early information. There will be Victor here to complement that B-side hold.
Very cautious start. Welcome to Attacking Sides with FPX. It's going to be about 20 seconds remaining, normally. I think you call it a Na'Vi style round, I believe is the phrase. You love that one, don't you?
I love that one.
Can't get enough of it. But patience is the name of the game, and we do now get to see how that looks with OpTic having to deal with this on the other side.
But you make a good point, because I think it's exacerbated now, almost FPX anticipating something cooked up with the Neon.
It makes
right?
sense, wouldn't it? You'd imagine that's the case.
Yep, absolutely. And I think FPX are probably going to lean into that a lot. They're going to have a couple of rounds, at least early on, where they're purely fact finders to really feel things out. Yeah, he's got very deep first contact here on barrels. And it's so late, like I said. That's you're going to rely on
35.
the diligence.
Gotta get past
here.
Ye.
Clearly, at least on the first hit, still finds it though.
Still takes down Ye.
His corpse ended in spawn.
Still 4 moving forward, 20 seconds, they make it on the site. This is the FPX we know, but OpTic, are you prepared for this? Are you aware of this? Artist just found 2 out of nowhere, but FNS can't get it this time. It's all on Victor in a 1v4, and it ain't pretty. FPX, that composure being key.
Xiao somehow gets away with his life. That OpTic immediately revert towards playing kind of anti-plant here with some of the utility, but just a little off. I think maybe the fragment was expected to bounce back, but Artist with a beautiful follow-up here onto Crashies. 2 massive kills to flip that pistol round. See here, and I was actually having an interesting conversation with Josh earlier, just around the economy management of FPX. Another one here where we see 2 ghosts brought across into this, and 2 rifles and the Guardian. Expect another very slow burn here from FPX. Victor already progressing forwards though.
I feel like you have to set a time on this. Again, nothing. No value off this. And doing this
space
early,
between the second player as well.
It just, again, to me, doing this early gives nothing when you're playing against FPX. You don't learn anything. Yes, they're still in spawn. Brilliant. They'll be there till 30 seconds. And one bonus is that FNS has slightly progressed over towards the other side of the map, but again, normally FPX are quite diligent at this, and FNS has to respect it, has to peel away from this if he can. Run, FNS, run. They are hot on your heels. And oh no, his support's just fallen. FNS trying to find a little bit of safety. He's got to go all the way back. This is looking all but over. FPX shut that down so comfortably.
They really did, and again, you could see initially OpTic want to explore a little bit, challenge this backline of FPX, but whether or not that trend will continue, have to wait and see. This is the point really where you rely on that support system, right? You talk about this initial application of Neon on Fracture and just how many different variables there were built around it. It's so difficult here on the defensive side.
No, you're absolutely right. Light armor coming through.
Take out their healer.
But just to come back to the previous point, look at the purchase here.
Yes.
In the round 3. The average credits they're actually pulling across here. A couple of light shields as well. A very, very good opportunity here.
Not ideal start, but we go again. Victor. Trying to be proactive in this. As the rest of his side by him. And yeah, doing similar things. And again, I worry if OpTic struggle with EMEA teams, FPX are one of the most key characterizations of that. They play this slow, methodical style. We know that OpTic want to get involved. They want to try and get proactive, get in your face. Not easy to handle. Tests you in so many ways. And again, we're at the 50-second marker. They're just approaching that A site. Now, it does mean they have to clear Victor. They have to go through that protocol list, but they've got to be quick with it and concise.
The thing is, we know, though, FPX aren't going to burn up a lot of utility here. See Angel already setting up for the reveal. The knife comes through as well. Victor feeling the pressure very early on.
30 seconds, let's see if it counts again. First challenger, success for Victor, and needs to adjust. Fall away from this. Oh, no safety anywhere. Has to dip away again. 20 seconds now. This is getting so late in the round. Artis looking for a way forward, sprays in, eats the flash, but they've made it towards the site. 15 seconds, the 1-for-1 trade out, wall goes up, and the plant surely about to come in.
10 seconds left.
Nothing to stop it, we're in the post plant, 3v3.
OpTic approaches, Crash is going to try and get up on top. He actually spots Artis. The headshot lands, 2 left to find.
Yeah, Shao and Sugetsu trying to sit a little deeper on this one, because you know that OpTic are going looking. Trying to find where they are. FNS leading that gun glow and looking good. Shao looking better. Couldn't quite get in, the trade comes out, and now the 1v1. Yay, where are you in this? A tap on the spike, he wants to try and get it to half. He gets denied, and Sugetsu is playing time and playing with Yay. And it's a dangerous game, but Sugetsu is playing it perfectly until then! Yay! Unbelievable! Unbelievable denial in the final seconds. He gets the defuse.
Oh my god. It comes down to the last member of OpTic, and it's Yay to deliver. What a round. FPX nearly closing it out though. They brought up so much time. Playing this deep position, and Ardis, see, he's playing here off his TP, but Crashy's perfectly positioned on the box to find it.
Let's go, man. No, I knew he would.
I'm so amazed that he actually got that. The time was just a second away.
Well, we look at it here with that economy management early on.
Yeah.
FPX come in here with the advantage. There's a Spectre here for FNS. Light shields, Crashes Victor and Marved.
Oh, but I like this Victor. Oh, stunning! Stunning shot. Takes Zipan out of the equation, and they can fall back now. They've got the man advantage. They've done great work in the first 30 seconds, which is difficult against a team like FPX.
A little bit just almost completely unconsidered there for FPX. Stacked up elsewhere, nobody really controlling this area towards Belt. FPX will try and pivot back behind this pick. Victor already repositioned now, doesn't have to go exploit, doesn't have to take one of these early angles. Just wait for FPX to progress, and actually some key information ahead of time. Not even sure how many were marked on the back of that, but the artist to go exploring first.
Marv's careful. Could have been caught in a really poor scenario for himself, but again, 40 seconds a little bit quicker, but Artist swift with it. Wants to take space towards the back of the side, but takes a lot of damage on the way, as does Marv, who's barely breathing, 4 HP, and they want to plant. They might just get it so far, nothing to deny it, nothing to stop it, and Artist still fighting, takes away Crashies. Oh, Artist again! When FPX wanted around, they send Artist in, and Artist gets it done.
What a round from Ardis, man. He just doesn't know when to give up. He's tagged up, he's stuck behind the box on site, and still goes exploring. Insane 4K from him. We talked about it, once he gets that confidence up, that bravado, that swagger from his gameplay comes through. He is the tip of the spear in this round. Second here onto Crashes, then swings back onto it, finds FNS.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, man.
What an outrageous round from that man.
Great to see Artist really hitting that form. Big games like this, and OpTic again right back to it. Super aggressive, and it's worked to absolutely no result. They've had nothing out of this. Victor's been pushing up a couple of times. That one round over by Belt, it looked good, but here you've got nothing to bring into play. You've got classics. Maybe trying to find a little information throughout this round, but it's looking like 10 is inevitable. Victor, lovely try. Crashies is actually going to get Zipan. And a good chip damage on Angel. It's not bad at all, but again, you think about just the amount of weaponry they've got in this, everything that they have to play with. FPX should keep this pretty clean, but again, a little bit more damage. Shao, a little bit lower. Now just Crashies. Now he's going to get much more out of this.
Slow things down now. So you get to picking up the slack towards mid. Not a lot else for Crashies to really do here.
Oh, he's just getting confident, man. And you said it before, Artist, when he gets going, when he feels that confidence, he becomes such a different beast of a player. Keep your eyes on him.
You get that G2 Artist back, man.
I mean, roll your mind back. He was one of the first players in the very early days of Valorant that was one of the names whispered around of, you know, what could this player be? Who will he become? And you're starting to see glimpses of that now. First big international land. He's putting up 21 kills to 9. Up against a map that I'd say was going to be difficult. We saw it. You're facing off against Jay potentially, but I like the way he's not almost.
Exactly. He's creating so much pressure onto OpTic right now and actually navigating his way away from Ye. It's not even coming down to that head-to-head engagement. It's what can artists do elsewhere.
And boy, is he finding room. This amount of impact alone is fantastic. And we praised FNS before on that kind of first half. The impact he had was exceptional. They need someone else to find some room here. Victor, I'm still not convinced on this Neon. I'm not, it's done nothing. I like the concept, but we saw nothing of it really in that first half. And now I was like, okay, maybe there's something here, but
I mean, you basically, they showed their hand in the first couple of rounds. That stun onto pipes was like, okay, cool, you can't play close contact. We're going to burn up all of our utility. What was the response? Put Sugetsu and Xiao on one side, put Zipan and Ardis on the other. Put the two players who love peeking on the same side and the two players that actually just wanted a solid back line.
Safe pair of hands.
Exactly. Yeah. And it worked perfectly. OpTic didn't have any depth to that execution towards A.
So we now look to where else can OpTic go. Obviously, there was a timeout just called in. Trying to potentially find that answer. What can they get done here? Operator out for Yay. They need someone to stand up here, find some impact. The ult now invested over towards B long. Should deny some of the options here. Let's see where FPX take themselves. Funneled towards Yay. This could be a key round if he can find the impact.
It is, but you look at the setup here and it's Victor solo towards mid. Curious as to where he ends up.
Yep.
FPX will gather towards A site. Yay, a much deeper angle this time around, but an operator in hand. Oh, command.
And Hunter's Fury coming out as well. Oh, Crashies! That's like a cross map. That's from Spawn, finding Angel.
But Zipan's traded on. He found the knock onto Marved.
They still haven't quite cracked onto the side. That's the element. He loses the fight! Sugetsu punishes, and now it's on Ye, the backbone on this site. Mid's open, and it's terrifying. The res comes in, Zipan's got Marved. And FPX trying to build back into this one. It's down to a 3v3.
The key thing is Sugetsu's pressuring the backside of this B site here. Going to force FNS back into the Viper's pit, but we'll actually give it up for the time being.
30 seconds.
This timing here on Crashes could be crucial.
It's absolutely everything. FNS around to the 1-for-1 trade. FNS goes down, they're back on towards the site. And Crashy's waiting for that cross. Two players coming in. Surely he doesn't get a shot at this one. No, you can see the plant coming in somewhat safely. Yay on the way! Zipan! Hits him with a drive-by! And now Yay called upon. 2 kills already. Needs 2 more. 85 HP and a tap on the spike. Looking for someone to peek, and it's Xiao! FPX coming alive, even in the mayhem, in the chaos in Copenhagen, they keep their composure. 11 rounds now. OpTic looking like they're out of options.
Yeah, really. It really does feel that way. That round almost feels like the nail in the coffin. We're going to see OpTic actually opting to invest into this round. Potentially around the Tour de Force and Victor's ultimate. But they have to achieve something in the early round. FPX are doing what we expected. They're slowing the game down.
Yeah.
FPX have to try and disrupt some of that.
Let's see, Victor doing what he can. Again, not particularly sold on this Neon choice yet. And still not, a little flat. Does at least tee up Crashies, but the trades are
stuck
so
in
effective.
no man's land.
Where is the next layer to this? Maybe this is it. Maybe that's the chance they're waiting for. Angel going to dispatch of Marved. And the trades, again, working out in favor to FPX. It's just FNS now. How much can one man do? With just a Spectre, he can't even take off these fights. A little bit of an upgrade found, so maybe a chance given. But he's being watched. Ardis notes him.
Need another one from FNS here.
He's got to do something. Tries to fake the steps. Make them a little more paranoid of that middle split coming through, but it's plant in no matter what. How do you find a way in? This would be an incredible clutch.
Ardis already.
He's so aware.
Yeah.
He is so damn aware, and bye-bye FNS. FPX on 12. They are taking strides through the game now.
Absolutely are. OpTic to scrape together. I mean, a purchase, yes. 3 players with no shield. The operator in the hands of Yay. Can that be the difference maker here? Can they cling to life on Icebox? Again, it's just, you come back to the same thing. It's the depth, right? And that's why Crash is just completely caught in no man's land. And so reliant on Victor just popping off and finding 2, potentially 3 kills.
And this is why stats without context mean nothing. FPX were in that dojo against Fnatic for so long, refining their craft here. Yay, trying to be the difference maker. Gets that first bit of contact. Ult invested. This could be a little bit pacier here. Yeah, he's going to stand his ground though. He's not peeling away just yet. He wants one, has to respect it eventually. Dips out towards the back of the site. And FPX power forward, and this is far more pacey than we know.
Oh, command popped pretty late on as well. Xiao forced off of default here.
Great position.
Victor identifies the first.
Oh, but there's still a find them yet. Marv's still going to find Xiao. Victor needed more, didn't get really as much as he wanted. It's a 4v3 now. Numbers starting to dwindle. Crashies needs this. Artist gonna pin down FNS. It's looking like it's almost there now. 2v2. Spike left, not in hand right now for FPX. Marvin Crashies. Ooh, Crashies trying to fill the gap here. Make that cross fatal. Artist.
Just trying to bait it.
He knows what he's doing. And Crashies is going to take the bait and take his life. The trades are good enough. Marved is there. OpTic live to fight another day.
And everything thrown into that one, it felt like, and OpTic able to weather the storm. I come back to the same thing. They cling to life because there's not a lot of positives in this second half of Icebox. Although FPX continue to be overzealous. The money for FPX is just ridiculous.
Oh, look, this is a tall task for OpTic now. Backs against the wall, they've got nowhere to go but forward. And again, you look for that early value, Mike. Oh, and Artist stills the nerves. Around the corner, first chance, and it's Zipan to draw blood. Victor falls for it again. And nothing gained off the back, really. Rotation called upon, but again, you can see that Sugetsu's already slipping the net. He's through mid-duel. This is dangerous. Angels went out on the site. And now it's going to be 3. Yay, FNS and Crashies need a miracle. And Crashies can't provide it. And Ye's been found. Sugetsu in the back lines. And FNS, the last one, standing, gets put down. 13-8. FPX looking mean right now.
Hitting their stride here. And this was the big variable with this veto for me.
Yeah.
Again, in terms of expected outcomes, what were we going to see from FPX? Again, the trial by fire, they're kryptonite regionally here, and they demonstrate just such a solid understanding of how to play this map. Again, that's actually after OpTic had a massive advantage early on.
I feel as though we finally saw a little bit of those glimmers from OpTic, but they were so fleeting, Mike. They just didn't stick around long enough here.
Well, the concerning thing is actually that things fell apart in the mid-round. It fell apart after that first step of the execution where actually it relied on somebody digging a little deeper, popping off, and it's not often you're having that conversation about OpTic.
No, and it's not often FNS is the one putting up numbers, becoming super clutch in this. Without his impact, that scoreline I think would have looked much worse. FNS doing a lot of damage here, and again, I don't want to just put this as a negative towards OpTic. I have to put this as a positive towards FPX here.
It doesn't feel like we just watched a 13-8, that's for sure.
No, I mean, for me, again, Artist having moments here, really cementing himself as one of the best in the world. Deserved for a long time.
Absolutely. This is the guy that everybody was talking about very early on in Valorant, and we're finally seeing that delivered here in Copenhagen on the international stage.
I couldn't imagine a better chance, a real time for him to stand up. Now, again, keep in mind this is best of 5, so there is still chance. It's a slim chance, because now the map pool does go favorably more towards FPX. So it gets a little scary, but again, there's still a chance here. OpTic, it's going to become do or die pretty soon, Mike. So we're going to send it to a break. When we're back, we'll be jumping into that third map.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, congratulations to FPX for winning Masters Copenhagen. There's no way that they're going to allow OpTic to come back from a 2-0. Am I right?
This is just a day of curses, isn't it? You're just trying to cook one up yourself.
The 3 people that watch League of Legends would have got that, yeah. And Doug.
But look, if that's what it takes to bring OpTic back from the dead, then Yinsu, please, by all means.
I mean, it is a 2-0 right now. Did you guys expect this? Did you guys expect the maps to be going this way? A heavy favorite of FPX?
No, I expected it to be tied 1-1 here. It just, OpTic a lot of times have looked lost. Things are just not clicking for them. They do not look like the team that we know.
Yeah, I really hoped that the Neon idea would be around defense. Maybe they had fast retakes with the wall, something like that, but Victor having very little impact. And listen, this isn't Victor just saying, I want to play the Neon. It's Chet that picks these compositions and puts them in those places, and he normally hits. This is just a rare Chet miss on this one.
They overcooked the cringe soup.
They did.
It was left on the stove too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be too cringe. Like, cringe is fine, but like too cringe, I feel like gives you that. But you guys spoke a little bit about the battle of Ye and Ardis at halftime. You know, Ye, he had the edge, but at the end of this map, that is not what happened. The story completely changed from there.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go for a check back in? Ooh, I mean, that's a big difference.
I have to coin this. I have to throw it in now. Escape artist. He gets his kill and he dips. And then he goes again. He'll place down another and he dips. I mean, I have to put this as his nickname now. I hope he doesn't mind. He's a man who walks on water, and in my eyes, he's escape artist. So that's what we're introducing. Check out the moments where he has the impact and then he dips. See you later. I've got my impact and I know exactly what I need to do. And then he's there for the mid to late round as well. It's incredible. And around yellow, maybe that becomes his new favorite color. Wear it around proudly, brother, because that was yours.
Just chamber things.
Just chamber things.
It is, but he's playing against what we assume is the best chamber in the world, the best player in the world. You know, all of these accolades have been thrown towards Ye in the last 12 months. And Ardis is coming out and not just playing better than him in the tournament, but when it comes to a head-to-head, bopping him, coming out on one side of the map and just obliterating him. And I like your nickname for him, the escape artist. I like the Scouse Brickhouse. He's big, he's from Merseyside, he's a Merseyside monster.
Well, I think the fun thing too about him is you could see when he became confident. There were more pop-offs from the desk, and he was overstaying his welcome. Like, as a chamber, you get your 1 kill, and then you leave. That's fine. But he double-dipped. He triple-dipped. 48 HP, still holding an angle. A molly in his lap, and the guy just did not die. He did not give up anything.
I mean, like I said, FPX are 2-0 up. This is match point for them. If they win on this map, they will be moving on to the final to face PRX. Do you guys feel like this is where OpTic find a way back in?
I think OpTic's bind has been very good.
Yeah.
And FPX, they won 8 out of 13 of their rounds by getting pistol bonus against Fnatic. They actually only won 2 out of 8 of the rifle rounds outside of those rounds.
Which is crazy.
That's an absurd stat. So maybe OpTic can find some footing here. But when you combine their form with the classic, they've never got a map against EMEA, and they still haven't, that's worrying.
I can't even believe that as well. That's just still going. And this is the only in I can see for OpTic, is that this has been, what do you call it? You've got a saying.
Tossy-uppy.
Tossy-uppy. This is more than a tossy-uppy kind of map for FPX. I call it wishy-washy map for them. Not one that I would necessarily pick if I was them, but they've had good results, bad results, and everything in between. So this is really one to be able to jump in and be the kryptonite for that reverse sweep.
I do think you're right, though. It feels like there's like plot armor around this, and it's not on OpTic's side. You saw Crashies and Victor walking off the stage, and Crashies like trying to pick Victor up because you could tell he was down, he was dejected. You go 8 and 18 on this stage in front of this crowd when you look to him to be the catalyst, to be the spark, and he wasn't. So you question mentally, how are OpTic doing? It can't feel good.
I completely agree with that. I think it's all about the mentality, but they've been here before. They've had to recover situations like this, but they've said themselves they don't actually enjoy playing against new teams for the first time. And I think they're struggling with FPX's style, it being that slow-paced, and the new comps that have been thrown into the mix.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and of course, as a new comps, you mentioned, Sideshow, we've seen some changes every map. Will we see more changes here?
I don't expect so from the OpTic side of things, but you never know with FPX.
Yeah, well, so far, it looks like on the side of FPX, they have decided to change things. No, they haven't. They haven't decided to change things. So this is new. This is very, very new. Maybe they have
faith. That is the change.
Yeah, they have faith in their comp, clearly, Doug. And again, for OpTic, they don't have a choice. They have to win here or they're out.
Yeah, this is do or die, you know, whatever, squeaky bum time, whatever you want to call it. Either way, they need to do something here. I think when you, again, go back to the run in Iceland, Marv was what turned things around for them, and he was a staple of consistency. He was their star player. That's where he entered the conversation as the best controller in the world. I hesitate in thinking he can find the same value on Brimstone. I know that it's the better pick on that map, but you've got to do something here.
I mean, you look at FPX and the way that they play, it's slow-paced, it's controlling the tempo. And I think that has actually been a flaw with OpTic going up against EMEA teams. OpTic on defense like to re-clear areas on the defense. They will allow an aggressive team into them and re-clear with utility. The EMEA teams don't do that. They're slow for the first minute.
Yeah, very quickly, I want to turn everyone's attention to Crashies. Crashies has been so good on the Sky, and it doesn't show up on the kill feed or on the scoreboard or anything like that. The value he's been able to find from information off of Sky's utility has opened up the map so much for OpTic. He's going to have to do it again.
And speaking of opening up the map, let us not forget that we have a certain someone on the Brimstone who likes to have a certain amount of opening kills. Yeah, it's Angel on the Brimmy. It's the oldest man in the entire tournament. Let's see what he has to show.
Going up against the second oldest man in the entire tournament, may I add. And this is it, though, for OpTic. If they lose here, they are eliminated from Masters, Copenhagen, Pansy, and Hypog. This is where the pressure builds up.
Absolutely right, Yinzu. This could be the last chance to dance for OpTic now. They have to deliver here, or it's a 3-0, and FPX are in the grand finals.
Absolutely. And again, I repeat the same thing I've said at start map 2. They almost require a complete overhaul here, because I think FPX have just dictated the tempo, the pace, the pressure. It's all been in their favor. Hopefully here on Bind, comfort zones have to be embraced here for OpTic.
It's got to start right now. This is it. FPX facing down OpTic 2-0 so far. This lower final has looked like it was made for FPX. We need someone from OpTic to take charge, someone to be the difference maker. So far, Artis just going to peel away and buy a little bit of time, try and temper that aggression to start with. And the crunch has already come in. Oh, and look at the reveal. 3 of them noted, but none going down just yet. Shot from Xiao. And there's still more, but they can't handle it. It's a 3-for-1 trade out.
Desperately trying to get something done here, but overwhelmed. Comes down to just Zipan. A frenzy in hand, still got the paint shell, still got the boom bot. OpTic will get a free plant.
And OpTic need to remember who they are. Defined by what they did in Reykjavik. Looked formidable throughout. Never down, never out, always coming back. But this time it's a whole different foe. FPX, that old god that was whispered of, we were waiting to see find their form. And finally they make it here. Copenhagen might be the crowning jewel, but for now it's OpTic getting the pistol under the belt.
No surprises really, FPX have struggled in some of these pistol rounds so far.
Yep.
About the only, a
Only
few
thing.
positives to scrape together for OpTic, so get themselves on the board here. If FPX decide to throw some sheriffs in once again. Actually, yeah, both teams have 100% win rate on Bind here at Copenhagen. And this is the one that OpTic have to try and break this curse. Get a map on the board.
So difficult though. Again, you got to think clean starts for them, right? Because like we all want a long series. We all want this to go the distance, really. Just love to see the game played at this level. So you've got to hope that OpTic get off to a good start, because they need to remember who they are, because they have looked absent. Simply on for the ride, as FPX have determined the last two maps quite clinically. Sure, it's gone closer, but still not close enough. For now, Spike and the vast majority of OpTic challenging towards that A site. And Ye posted up towards mid. The three players from FPX waiting patiently. Shot. Nice work from Ye. Prize open an option, and they didn't quite commit with the spike just yet, but it is en route. And FNS gonna find Ardis.
So much damage done.
This is all good so far, though. FNS, yeah, he's walking wounded, but he's still standing. Spike should be going down here.
Spike planted.
Shout desperately trying to get something done, but down to 6 HP. Really difficult for him to really have a say in the rest of this. Finally, that heal comes through onto FNS. Marv looking to reset away from this now.
Cross is being watched. Oh, but they lose the back line. That's an option maybe open now. Angel being a nuisance, but quickly Xiao's dealt with. So again, FPX looking to deal damage here. That's damage. That could have been a follow-up, but Sugetsu, too many targets, and the final piece found. OpTic get their second and keep 3 standing.
Well handled this time around from OpTic. I have to see it, again, I was talking about how rare it is that OpTic are able to find themselves in a 3-0. They did find a 4-0 lead initially on Icebox. Can they convert this time around and set themselves up for a brilliant start here today, a much needed brilliant start as well to this side on the attack. And they do lean a little more defensively favored. Lots of emphasis towards showers again. They want to establish this pressure, this control very early on towards the orb.
Now, Flash can at least reveal presence.
Go for the, I was going to say, they're going to try and go for the combo here, but no paint shell invested. Actually, it's just the boom bot to follow up.
OpTic seem aware of their intentions, so being quite cautious on approach. Zipan playing close enough by, but keeping the control to be able to get the orb.
That's the showstopper online, though, here.
FNS. He slipped a little further here, Mike. I'm wondering if he's a little ahead of the curve. How much more can he do? They don't know he could be here this early. Zipan, surprise! He goes down, but quickly handled by Xiao. Position revealed, though, and you're right. Jeez, Victor finds Xiao in amongst all that smoke, and OpTic looks sharp. It's what they needed, a resounding round like this. Get that third. For FPX, they're feeling out the pace, slowly putting together the picture of what OpTic are doing.
Oh, that's an Angel. Well, again, they're going to be given the opportunity to have a say in this. A 2v4 retake.
That would be soul-crushing if OpTic lose that. And what a boon that would be to FPX. Doing damage here would be essential. Flash comes in. I know they're close enough by. Ardis going to give away a little bit of the game. Yay, swiftly going to take Angel out of this. And Ardis' options are pretty much shut.
He's going to come through and challenge here, but Flash going to slow things down. A counter flash here from Crashies. One given away, but Victor cleans things up. 3 survive, and 3 on the board for OpTic.
I've got to say, though, I I think OpTic need to somehow just keep this so clean throughout this entire game. If the momentum swings, because I think we all saw it, right? We all saw the end of that last game. OpTic looked in pieces. That was a mental crack, that little bit of emotional break. They need someone to bring them back here.
We talk about that conference. Doug noting, obviously, a couple of them were a little disheartened walking away.
Absolutely.
Victor starting 6-1 here, getting the showstopper online, and this is on the back of actually early pressure towards Showers, making sure they can get that orb control time and time again. That's a massive thing to throw into that round, just to convert, or at least to secure that round.
Putting faith in Victor and him standing up and actually delivering on it. Love to see a game with him in fine form. For now, normal scenes, testing it out, making sure there's no stack anywhere, going through the protocol list, going through the list of what they need to achieve early round. Now, the only issue is a little bit of a link impression going on in here. Gotta be cautious. Carefully does it.
I don't know if there's anything to really support Ye to explore into Hooker, because he's solo right now.
Ooh, tense moments, Artis. He's noted it, he's seen the barrel. And now he's seen Ye. Should be calling for support now.
He's just so diligent, man. Even there where you feel as if he's got a little bit of space to peek, he's still so cautious.
Oh, labored, but it's still good enough. Trying to actually divide and conquer Victor!
Back into it!
A fumble from Victor creates a chance. TP taken, and they're away towards A.
I've got your
Clutching at straws here, but the Seeker's going to come out, and it will give away the game. That Sugetsu is looking real alone. Do they try and wait? Do they buy the time? Sugetsu trying to play it to the second. Play it perfect, but he can't take one to the grave. And Crashy's back on in. Stabilizing a round that could have gone astray. An Artis now a mile away. The spike is down, and the fumble from Victor, all but a distant memory.
You can see the ping, actually, a red ping through there saying he's going to be going for that weapon. An opportunity to do some damage. Or at least try and hold on to this.
This round for Artis. Be a consolation prize at best. And it ain't gonna happen. OpTic looking good now. Very nice work in the end. Like the fact that they stabilized quickly, did not let that little bit of an issue on long spiral anywhere further.
A similar scoreline to the previous. Wondering actually if we see FPX call the timeout here and whether or not we see that adjustment once again. The ability to claw their way back into a half.
Such a resilient team. It's one of the most dangerous things about them. It's never so clear cut.
That's where you start then leaning the credit towards Angel, being that grounding factor for the team.
Absolutely.
Like I said, because previously, I mean, one of the positives we always talk about with OpTic is the mid-rounding. That's not looked good so far in this series.
You're right.
In that regard, Angel's winning that head-to-head.
It absolutely is. Now, if you are just kind of wondering how things are looking, no one yet on the FPX side getting ahead of 2 kills. They've had a very slow start overall. This has been very much determined by OpTic. And Crashy's Victor headlining the way so far. Good work from them to create the space, look confident in it, actually have tempo to gameplay, not overly respecting FPX in that regard. But again, this is where, as you said, FPX can hit that adjustment. They have depth to them. When we talk about certain teams, you talk about the likes of Fnatic, for example, they hadn't been truly tested throughout that EMEA qualification stage. They looked great throughout, they were formidable. I mean, they had 2 of the hottest players coming in, having one of the pop-off performances, Durka, Alpha, for example. They just mowed through everyone, whereas in my mind, FPX got a little pushed further. They've been pushed in the past. They've been pushed to go deeper into the playbook, to bring out more and have to show that resilience. Now,
is this the part of the series where we see them get pushed, right?
Potentially. Potentially. So we're kind of hoping we actually get to see FPX challenge. 'Cause as much as sometimes best of 5s aren't... Is that a tech pause? Oh, outstanding. However, we haven't seen them truly tested yet. In my mind, once they had that full 5 come in, once Sugetsu joined, they've been doing really well.
They've gone from strength to strength.
They've gone stronger. They have gone stronger.
Even the players that were there showing up when Cider was still kind of filling in for FPX, everybody's improved. I feel like they've just got better game by game.
They have. So again, this is when I want to see what's that playbook looking like, right? How much they have in store and what can they bring out. Now again, they do have the benefit of having the entirety of the rest of the best of 5 to potentially play with. So the pressure isn't quite there. Obviously there is pressure, but not to the same degree. Speaking of Fnatic, is that an Astralis shirt? What game am I casting right now? Huh, that's crazy.
Got on the wrong bus this morning.
That's the one. That's the one. Any good signs, Mike? You're gonna have to...
The all good ones.
Hello.
Pretty good, actually, with the OpTic. Oh, hello.
Now, again, because beyond this, obviously we're sat on Bind right now, which is the third map.
Come on, then.
Do it.
Come on.
Come on. That was okay. It was only okay.
That was not... No, what are you talking about? That wasn't very good. You should lead, actually. I think you should lead.
Someone fully sent it on that. Even I heard. No, again, this is when you can start thinking about the rest of the map. Or again, Fracture... Even Fracture coming in a little bit after this, which will be the next map, if we get there, obviously. Kind of pulls into my mind a couple of things, because we've seen OpTic at their biggest strength on that map historically. However, of course, when you put out such a call to action, people answer, right? People learn how you play it, people look at you. And again, this is something we have to even say about this game. Yes, we say that FPX should have been here for a long time. They're a team that could have played to this caliber, but they never had. Whereas OpTic, of course, went on the deepest runs possible. They've won these events. Everyone looked at OpTic and has paid attention to what they do. FPX haven't had that fine-tooth comb attention yet. I'm sure they will now going forward. However, we're back on the way, so thank you for the patience once again. And we go back in, and let's see what FPX have in store. What have they cooked up here in that time between? What have they got in mind to challenge OpTic, who've been setting that tempo?
With the early investment here, other than the orbital strike from Angel, FPX in a good position here in terms of ultimate, but a big pace change here for OpTic. Victor going to try and get down and dirty with a judge. Early control here
as well, yeah. He can hold so much room to this. But again, it's almost that counter, right? You've got that little bit of shower control coming in. They've got two towards the back of the side here, Zipan being one of them. Of course, Xiao the other. Ult coming in too, so just trying to secure this OpTic. It's still precarious, still quite dangerous. Not quite clear in that side, and there's the contact.
The plant's going to be really tricky, though.
Oh, super dangerous unless they can clear one of these angles, and they just haven't just yet. Again, creeping closer, it's Crashies to delve through. Find Xiao and alleviate a little bit of that pressure. Maybe even allow a plant, but they've taken control and hit the brakes and looked for these overextensions from FPX. There's the fight. Massive space now claimed back by OpTic. Zipan was here and he had a lot of presence, but now he's all alone. Yes, the rotations are in, but this tempo shift by OpTic is fantastic. Fast control. Denied, Marv. Round two. And again. More time being bought for rotation, Mike. They're on the way here.
Actually, finally, Zipan looking to challenge.
There it is.
Gets away with the first. Marv actually will respond.
Oh, Marv! What a time. And Alsugetsu, snappy as ever. Going to take away Marv, but still so much more work to do. 4 more on his way. The ultimate as well. The options looking dire. And again, I want to look back at this round and look at what they achieved and showing that composure.
Well, it's not even in this round, right? They are the benefactors of that early conditioning towards Xiao. That's why we see 3 stacked up on that side, and the pace change is beautiful here. To then shift the emphasis towards short.
Really
get very, very early lamps control. Yes, the Viper's bit goes up. It makes it a little dicey to just commit to the plant, but they're able to actually wait things out. All this utility that's invested, FPX don't really gain anything from it.
But even with that ult coming in and how precarious it was, if they'd rushed that, sure, but they took their time, they didn't overcook it, they waited for Ye to come around, clear shower, they individually start to take apart FPX, and this is the balance to OpTic that I love seeing. This makes it a far greater competition. Look at this one. Beautiful work from Marv there. Lovely, lovely stuff. 5-0 though, and that timeout from FPX, well, again, OpTic just flipped the script on them, right? They've run them a completely different way, and now the money's in tatters.
Best way to swing out of the timeout as well. That pace change is so perfectly timed. So it's like OpTic are waiting for the timeout, then they hit the switch.
It's really well considered. We go again, though. Oh, Angel just gets eviscerated.
And they're punished on the side of the map. Now they feel as if they have freedom towards this orb.
Here.
Removing Angel very early on. The quick swing past Fountain. FPX already stacking everybody towards B site. Sugetsu does have the rifle from the previous round.
That's danger, man. But look how deep
OpTic
is
are waiting this out.
Yeah, they're showing their own reserve, their own capability to play this patient game. Rightly so. These rounds are so dangerous. And if you're starting to feel that pressure a little too much, again, you just saw the dog invested over towards that A site, noted nothing. So again, they're starting to lean that way. Correct read from OpTic. And yes, FPX are exploring. They're kind of readdressing this space, but really good read from OpTic. Again, not walking into stocks, not being lazy about the clears. Correct approach, and the plant will be the reward.
Nothing left to chance here. FPX are here pretty early on, but again, with a massive disadvantage in terms of the equipment they bring to this retake. No real notable damage.
They'd have to take this into such an uncomfortable position for OpTic. Don't know how, though. FPX looking for those first wave forward. That's not bad. Marv needs to respect this now. Careful!
What?
Oh, no! And tragedy's starting to strike. Yay and Marv invest in the ult now. Zipan gets out of there, takes a little bit of damage, but it's still 3. And they've recovered rifles. They are so good out in this Sugetsu. Zipan, Xiao still standing. Xiao on the defuse. He's holding it down, and no one stopped him! No one stopped him at all!
At a round, they have absolutely no right. Zipan goes huge for FPX, and the showstopper, the cherry on top. What a retake there. It's just such a disadvantage. Sugetsu's almost third contact there as they're coming through pipes. OpTic got to be kicking themselves there because it was such a great approach.
Oh, it was
Again,
beautiful.
They slow the round down perfectly. And having the man advantage after a free plant here on A site.
Wow. 1 to 5. That's how you get on the board. That could be a tilter. You got to think about that fragile mental game that's going on for OpTic. They've been battered and broken and beaten through the first 2. They get here and they need this clean. Trying to stick to the script that they've written themselves. Now the buy is back with FPX. It's not good though, Mike. It's not great. It's still missing some of the pieces here. So again, let's see what they do with this. An early commitment towards this A site.
FNS gonna line this up towards Garden. I don't know actually there's gonna be any follow-up on this. Fake flash actually, and maybe Ye gonna show presence, but
missed it?
the lineup off. I mean, you can see him just
Wasn't confident.
yeah, he
in the
wasn't
lineup.
confident about the placement for it, but
Well, look, Fnatic are in the crowd. Find him and get the lineup. For now, Angel goes walkabout to try to get aggressive mid-round, and so far FNS found 1, but look at the crunch now coming in through from Shower as well. But the pressure, do they commit to it? No, they've been held away. 40 seconds now, and again, FPX are pushing the issue. This is now on Ye. He has to set the tempo. He's got to try and take some space on this site or control some part of this investment of the ult now as well. The information noted, the trade comes in over towards the other side, but it's going to be a 2v2 towards B. Crashies heading on in, but all the timing, it could have been atrocious, the trade. He gets one down. Victor has to control it, and he does. OpTic going to get the plant, and Artis called upon now. He could do no wrong before. Now he has to do the unthinkable, the 1v2. He spotted a barrel, but now they know the position. And Crashies is waiting on the other side for him. Again, more chip damage. Artis is being given no leeway, no access. And now they stand, now they fight, and OpTic carry on.
put their 6th on the board. FPX looked at
that was
least,
dangerous.
Yeah, FPX looked at least to be in position to prevent that from happening.
Such a precarious round.
That was Xiao on a solo effort, by the way. I mean, this timing goes the other way.
Finished.
That round's all but done.
1 enemy
Victor
remaining.
luckily stabilizes on that one, and then the double stack just too strong for OpTic. Don't even want to give Artis the opportunity to get out.
Look at that focus on FNS's face as well. This is business now. This is what it's all for. Keep yourself alive in this event. Open up a chance so those rest of those maps Fracture, Haven, calling their name. Yeah, you're going to get that first little bit of a glimpse here. And again, you can see the buy for FPX. It's not good. Again, their money has been so bad throughout this. Xiao still with the rifle. The rest's on Sheriff's. Bit of a Shiko here. Throwing outside. And back to work. Artis already pinned down. So much pressure on this man. And actually, again, FPX still going to find 2. And Marved on the bailout here to keep the numbers favorable. Note Angel's positioning, not close by here. It's on Zipan to do some real heavy lifting. Spike in the hands of Marved. The positioning coming out even just from Crashies is a nuisance. They've hit the brakes for a second. And again, OpTic trying to just draw them in, say, oh, you're willing to take a fight, you're willing to overstep here. FPX not playing that game now.
Looking a lot more composed. Crashies.
Ooh,
Catches the headshot from Zipan.
5 HP.
It's difficult now because Zipan still has the paint shell as well.
looks so vulnerable.
30 seconds
Tap on the
left.
spike to draw it out, but Marv's going to commit on this. No, has
missed
to
the
be
nade.
careful, and Zipan makes a little bit of a mistake with this.
Spike planted.
But Yates, oh, the damage! Yeah, down to 5. This is possible. Zipan could do some damage here.
It's a gun now.
2 of them are sitting on 5 HP. Marv has to be the saving grace for OpTic in this. There it is. Crashy safe in the end. They barely stay alive. FPX looking deadly, but still the scoreline. It's 7-1.
I was talking about needing a total overhaul here. This is an absolute contrast. OpTic, from a fundamental standpoint, are just playing much better Valorant here.
Bench gets sorted.
Yeah, you can see, yeah.
Lovely.
The readjustment perfect again. Forcing Zipan to come out and explore towards site. Unlucky not to find the kills there on those 2 headshots, obviously.
And I'm waiting to see if this could potentially spur on seeing OpTic finding comfort on this stage. So I'm going to be honest, that first game they played, PRX blew them out of the water, right? It was not even pretty. It wasn't even competitive, if I'm honest. There was a couple of glimpses of hope there, and obviously PRX were phenomenal. Like, they're so good. But I've got to say, FPX to me hit the ground running. They looked good the second they walked out on this stage. So I want to see OpTic find that so we get those competitive last 2 maps, because they've been one-sided affairs so far, which doesn't necessarily make for a great game. It's been pretty back and forth, and finally we get to see a good look from OpTic. Finally.
Really waiting on FPX to now benefit from the second timeout they've called. I don't know, actually, being proactive is going to be the answer they look for here. And this is a similar characterization we made on the previous maps. OpTic have been allowed to set up. Been allowed to get themselves in the driving seat in terms of this early round pressure. And they benefit massively on that. Problem being now, FPX have to chip away. I mean, it's round 9. They have to chip away at this massive economical advantage they have.
And again, OpTic after the last timeout switched the pace, right? So it kind of put FPX a little bit behind again. An early contact made towards B long, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the full commitment just yet. Crashy's though happy to take that space. Carve it away with those flashes for Xiao deeper towards the site. He does have the support of Zipan. But again, orb gained. They're setting this tempo so well. OpTic playing quite the cautious game so far. TP taken by 1. It's going to be Victor. Other than that, wait and see if there's that re-exploration, looking for information from FPX. But for now, they've just committed 3 towards that B site.
And you're still with control towards long. OpTic actually forced away from this now. So we get to an artist that will be called upon as the spike makes its way towards short.
What a tricky predicament as well.
Look for Ye to try and find contact as well at this exact same time.
Crashing. Oh, the timing! Oh, so he gets 2! He gets 2! Unbelievable, but on to back in kind by OpTic. Prepared for the contact. Nardis, would you dare? Would you dare go further here? Underhand, swings it.
Marv
turned
it. Man.
How are you so good at this, Marv? A quick TP. They're going, it's all on Angel. Angel on the other side, playing by the side. He did not rotate. He waited patiently. And now there's 3 victims on the other side. Angel, this could be everything. Gets 1. He needs more, though. A tap on the spike. He's going to buy time. 10 seconds. The fight! FNS wins it. Value found, and Xiao now the 1v1. Oh, and FNS went for the fight. He has to stick.
Oh, my God!
Xiao again! How many times can this man destroy OpTic like this? 2-7, the scoreline still safe for OpTic, but an instant hit on the timeout.
Again, you can see the hesitation from FNS there. It's reconsidering this first tap on the spike. And Xiao knows the positioning. He knows that he has to commit to the plant there. Lines up the wallbang perfectly. And it's that man again. Give FPX their second. Not really going to benefit off that in terms of the economy here. Still going to be struggling. It's OpTic to call the timeout now.
This is recovery for FPX. This is confidence boosters. This is getting the read, the lay of the land. But so close, you kind of feel to yourself, do we adapt from this? It was only down to that 1v1, a quick mid-call, a quick audible call, take that TP, get to the other side, and Angel was still there, still buying time. This is when it becomes hard work for those coaches. Shout out there, Doombros. Going through all the options, how much do we adjust? What do we note so far? What do we lean into? Because 2-7, you still got to feel this is good for OpTic.
Absolutely. Yeah, we talked about, you could argue, throwing away that previous lead on Icebox to come out with an even half. Looking to seal this one home. Decent position here as well, coming back onto this ultimate cycle as well. Crashes one away from the Seekers, FNS one off the Viper's Pit. Everything else available for OpTic. And still the benefit of the economy.
For me, look at this stack. It's 4 players from FPX. The correct read for now as well. Yay left on the other side of the map to deal with, it's going to be Ardis over there. So that battle rages on. But an even battle towards this B site. How does OpTic try and break down FPX, who've now committed so many players to this? Flash goes in, and Marv tries to take a walk, but it's Xiao. And Xiao is becoming an issue. He's starting to activate on this map, and that's something you do not want to see. If you're an OpTic fan, Xiao is the biggest danger they can face. Sugetsu gets away with his life until now. Victor trying to chase him down, posts it, gets Zipan. Oh, but Sugetsu from the nets! Drags him to his grave. And you can see the quick TP, it's a race against time, and the rotations. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a second, it's not. Oh, this with a Spectre.
He's dropped his gun.
He's made a meal of it. He's down to just a classic. Oh, this, how are you still alive? How are you still standing? Sugetsu's on the way, but it's a mile away from any sort of safety. Plant comes in, and OpTic in all the madness somehow look the most likely now.
Sugetsu has to get here fast. Crashes down to 30 HP.
He's got the rifle.
Trailblazer's going to spot out, it's going to slow him down even more. Obviously the Seekers previously.
How much can this man do? Anything denied. The utility is on point though. So much to work through. And no one giving him an inch. He'll take the mile. And for now, I think he's really weighed up the options. Time to back out of there, time to hit the save button. And probably the right call at this point. Has to wait to see if he can catch anyone on the way through, but still, OpTic, this game is getting so precarious. Again, the scoreline does not look how close this game is getting.
There's a couple of these rounds just come down to one engagement, one gunfight going the other way. FPX unfortunately can't find stability from that previous. Oh, there's just maybe an element of pressure here. Yeah, you can see the frustration. He's desperate. I mean, he wins the first with the Spectre. Yeah. But that means when it's Yay with a tour de force on the other side of it.
This is just broken the back of FPX, though. Their money. Again, it feels like they barely get a chance at a full buy here. And the economy is just booming on the other side. OpTic got 6.8 on Crashies. Operator out for Yay. And early Showers control now being garnered.
Same initially here, Ardis. They try and challenge. Shut down by Victor very early on. OpTic just going through the motions once again. Sugetsu making his way towards a site now. He does have that rifle in hand.
How much space is FNS going to get? He keeps just slipping a little bit deeper than they'd like, and he's going to catch Angel. Denies even further space towards U-Haul. Victor working his way out, but that smoke contains a threat, a danger. Two players on the back lines to get to Xiao. Molly invested in cautious work with that plant. But it is in, and the time is in OpTic's favor.
Still see here, though, how hard OpTic are having to work in terms of the utility, in terms of the timing. Nice. Yay finally removes Sugetsu. Now they know. Should be a little weaker in terms of the hold here, but Xiao still good for the first.
There it is. Bookend the round. Keep working forward. FPX with their first real tough challenge here. Unable to really find an answer to what OpTic are bringing. So versatile, so mobile in approach. And again, this isn't OpTic just depending on Yay. I know we talk about that, and it's one of those narratives that there has to be someone outside of just Yay, right? It can't just be on his shoulders a lot of the time. And this time, he's been doing his job. He's middling out here in my mind. He's not been completely irrelevant, but look at who is stepping up.
Take a glance back at those Icebox stats and then look at Victor and Crashies here on Bind.
Night and day.
Yep.
Night and day. Stepping up when needed.
The double operator here from OpTic. Yay and Marv picking one up. Another attempt to slow things down even further. That suited them here on Bind.
This tempo change has been just perfectly timed to slip into. Again, FPX desperate for the right information. You can see these rotations back and forth, trying to find the right placing on this, but OpTic playing a fantastic game at keeping them guessing.
Launching smoke.
Yep, OpTic now looking to probe towards B side. 3 members of FPX. Yeah, it's a very passive hold. Almost looking to fake B site here with FNS's utility. The poison orb will be invested. Good timing on the knife, and Yate, and similar to previous rounds, trying to find contact at exactly the same time that they plant the seed.
Yeah, with that ult coming in, they've got to know where Xiao is. You can see the ult on the other side invested to clear him out. And Yay just can't hit the shot. He's been trying to catch Angel this entire time, but Crashies leans into it. Isolates Xiao, but Angel actually to punish Yay on this. And there's the TP taken. But again, Sugetsu is not far away, and they've left FNS here. Try and punish him, but Sugetsu, does he get to slip in? He does, unnoted, but now finds Victor, drags him to his grave, and he's just bought them time. 10 seconds now, Spike needs to commit. The players are here, Crashies, oh, what a shot! 7 seconds is not enough, as Artist makes it there in time. And FPX get a doable scoreline by the smallest of margins.
Doable, yes, but what a way to swing back into Bind here. OpTic have just been absolutely clinical in terms of this global map control. Angel with a perfect pinch through the TP.
Well done, boys.
The clock almost decided that one, Lauren.
Oh, it was down to the most minuscule moment. But this is what we want to see, OpTic kicking into gear with life on the line. This is what it comes down to. First half looking good, but it ain't over yet. Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. We wanted OpTic to dig deep. They've done just that. They are delivering, and a lot of that has been coming down to Crashies, who I'm now going to call Flashies for the rest of this tournament, and he's been doing great.
Oh, Yinsu. What do we do with you? He has. He's been exceptional. I mentioned him at the beginning of the map. He's so good on this map, and the crazy thing is, I was talking about his ability to gain info off of utility. It wasn't necessarily supposed to reflect in the scoreboard, but the guy's showing he can do it all.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. He's already got more kills in this half than he has on either of the previous 2 maps.
You had to do him like that. You could have just let it go, man.
But what I'm saying is, OpTic have woken up, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at them on Bind here, and you're thinking about, okay, this series now is potentially moving on to Fracture, Haven. These are good maps as well. Maybe we're finally going to get a series here. Maybe OpTic can put a map on the board against the MEA team and turn it into a series.
I mean, the big thing now is yes, Crashes is popping off and whatnot, but we get an FPX attacking side. It's one that you could put a little bit of hope in. Not a lot given the scoreline so far. And the fact that we finally got into a map where OpTic seems comfortable, it seems like they've found a rhythm of some kind. I think that spells a lot of disaster for FPX, because I really felt that they might need to cap it here, because the moment there's a bit of momentum, you love that word, we're going to throw it out there into the absolute atmosphere now, because it's not just manifesting itself, it's in actuality now if they keep this up.
Yeah, it's not just momentum though, it's about experience, and I've got a round there that kind of indicates how OpTic was using their experience too, where they were able to just get down and have a lot of patience in these rounds. So, listen, what I think OpTic have demonstrated really well in this map is an ability to not get flustered on the previous 2, right? They've been able to keep their composure, keep their patience, and I think you're going to see it in the next half as well. They're able to stick. I mean, Marv was getting assaulted from all sides by this stuff. People spamming him all over the place. This was halfway through the round as well, with all of the team clustered up. These are moments where you can lose your head, and they didn't. Not once.
You know what I love? Is that after he been denied twice, he swung out and he goes, who was doing that?
Yeah.
And he just executes them, and I was like, oh.
So disciplined, though, for a team down 0-2.
Yeah, they're going to have to keep that discipline up if they want to stay in this tournament. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, and yeah, back into game at 9-3. Finally, OpTic are waking up. It's what we wanted to see here in this best of 5. No one wants the 3-0 blowout game, but it ain't over yet. FPX have 3 rounds to play with. Now, speaking of curses,
there's a few of them.
There's a few in play here. There's just a few in play.
They have to drag this one across the line, though. Angel, early on, happy to greet this aggression towards Showers. Victor actually comes away from that tagged up. That's dipping back in, actually. The Frenzy going to do wonders here. Victor good for the second.
Oh,
yay!
Bounding in! Denies Zipan. Azardis and Sugetsu. Where are they in this? Well, that's where they are. Sugetsu removes Ye from the equation. Takes a little bit of safety for himself. Frenzy players. Just hanging out. First one forward. They're just going to send him in. All right, go overlook Victor. Sugetsu, 7 HP. He's still alive, though. And so is Hardis. And now's the time you need him. Now there's a moment. Oh, it's not pretty, but it might just work. He even gets time on the reload. Oh, no. Mike, I'm getting worried. There's one bullet in that Frenzy, and that's all he's got. But the defuse ain't stopping again. Victor's holding it down. The cross is watched. And OpTic make it to 10.
Beautiful round as well. At just the right moment, re-aggressing towards Showers, and Victor finds the second. A 2-for-1 trade really takes the brunt out of this aggression. Even Ye here. I mean, all you can do there is smile about that one.
Yep.
The Sheriffs for FPX to work with once again. They concede another pistol round.
Sheriffs all over, and Zipan the first to go. So, at this point, for OpTic, the cleaner the better, and obviously for FPX, they'd love to be disruptive in this, be saboteurs somehow, but where do you find that presence? Where do you try and create that discomfort or discourse? Looks like Showers is at least on the protocol list for FPX. Victor on the other side, who's now called to attention. And Angel, happy to step forward. We'll note at least one of the players. You can see the push and pull, trying to draw the attention away. But again, caution being shown by FPX.
So where they opt to stack up towards here. Spike retrieved from short by Angel. Again, they're just desperate for OpTic to expose themselves somewhere. Marv actually will be able to take contact here. Yeah, we'll find Shout.
Okay, this feels like a formality for now, but we know how dangerous FPX can get in these rounds. So far, it's been pretty much contained. Crashy's waiting for the pop flash. Back in contact if needed. And, well, does now get needed, but it was only for a moment. Clean for standing. OpTic looking like they mean business.
FPX going to come into this, obviously, with the purchase, but they have to make a stand now. OpTic on 11. The first brick in the process here to start the reverse sweep would be converting this, getting it across the line.
It's such a tall task, though. Again, even in this map, then you're at a 2-1, right? And it's just, it's such a long road back for them. But maybe that fire's starting to burn a little brighter. Maybe the first glimpses of what could be one of the better lower finals here. And for now, the buy coming in for OpTic is 2 rifles, 3 Spectres, and on the other side, of course, plenty of rifles.
So early on, he obviously identified here with some utility, but happy to stand his ground. His TP set up, and FPX very cautious in approach. They know what rides on this buy round. They want to give away an early advantage here to OpTic.
Going looking. The timing on this is gorgeous. Victor just pushing up a little bit, and no information is information. They can free up Crashies to hit that rotate button. Now they got 3 in the right place. This is all a good look so far, and a worrying one for FPX. Might at least note maybe 1, maybe 2 here from this. So they know the rotations come in. 40 seconds now, and FPX got to make it count. Utility invested. Back of the site. Zipan gets down Crashies, but it's all good trades. FPX sweep the site. And yes, the rotation's on the way, but it's still so unlikely with the spike now down. How much damage can they do? This is full standing for FPX. This is good.
Victor and Ye might just commit towards some damage here on the way out. Ardis happy to try and defend elbow here, buy some time, but yeah, actually finds the ball bang up to Sugetsu. Ardis finally cleans things up. 2 full. FPX will get their 4th.
That's what they needed. 4 on the board, 3 players standing as well. Keep the availability of rifles as best they can coming through. This site here was just so well constructed.
We see the utility. The FPX know exactly the corners they then have to clear. Once they swing out,
Nice, well done.
so well coordinated. That's the expectation here. Well, FPX can really lean on that in the attacking half if they're even given the rounds to do so.
It's still not like they're coming up against a weak OpTic here yet. That money's still enough in place so they can fashion together a good purchase. And again, they're happy to be a little aggressive. Test the extremities, test FPXs in their default, which is one of their strongest suits.
It really is. Good to know how far forward they decide to go with this, because Victor's outside showers right now, and an awkward engagement. But Victor will actually come out of that with the showstopper. Doing a little bit of chip damage to Ardis as well. Removing that shield down to 62 HP.
Beacon down.
And Crashies should hear that. Getting confirmation with the flash as well.
And FPX are testing everywhere.
Yeah, they are.
There's no quick commitment.
They still got a lot further to go.
They certainly do.
It's 45 seconds here, and there's no progress towards either side as Ye is re-exploring short here, Lauren. He's still got the TP as well.
This is on knife's edge, though. Xiao on the other side. This guy's been a phenom for the side, and that's Xiao again. Cracks it open. They opted to try and deny the quick progress, the springboard off the back, and they try and shore up the defenses of OpTic. FPX are at the door. Marv says goodbye to Angel and looks to do some more damage. You can see them waiting patiently. Showstopper comes out. Oh, and it's just Victor who won. I thought there was more to follow, but for now it's FNS creeping in the back lines. Flash comes in, he eats it, but Zipman is so vulnerable, and Xiao can only defend so much here. And now Tsugetsu needs the spike, and he's actually going to be able to get it back in hand.
No way.
How's he gone away with this? The plot to follow. Oh, they're trying to close the gap as fast as they can. Run, boy, run. Oh, for a second he almost got the gun out, but Crashies will take them to 12.
And the timing on the orbital strike as well. I mean, Ye's aggression towards short perfectly timed. But Marv allowing that reposition, allowing them to get a much tighter hold on site. Don't allow any of this progress on the back of finding Ye. There's almost a total fumble here with the team flash.
Enemy remaining.
Also just a little off with the Vipers bit here. I'm not sure if Sugetsu assumed that was going to cover across towards default, but maybe just a slight miscommunication here.
(12-4) now. The reverse sweep now beckoning. How much can OpTic do in this game? The first real piece in the puzzle for them. And FPX, the first time we've seen them without an answer. Chip damage done towards Xiao. Same to be said to Ye.
Really caught off with the second swing as well there. Another very slow approach to the early round. And OpTic doing well not to kind of feed into this, honestly. It's only really been Victor and Ye to get curious. As previously said, it's been at the right time.
I mean, look at the difference now. Ye sitting super deep as well. You still do have some side control being kept here. Have to give away the most of it, though. Sugetsu going to crack it open. Marv on the swing, gets absolutely bodied by Ardis. Victor, only good for one this time. Plant going to come in, and there's still 4 on their feet here. Ardis probably not far from it either. There's 5 back up and standing. This is going to be a miracle round. It ain't going to happen. FPX on the shutout as Crashies might just try and cut his losses. All right. And yeah, just going to be looking to save that weapon. But for now, FPX flexing a little. A little bit of a reminder of the danger this team has. Don't get comfortable. Don't rest on those laurels, because any window of chance in that scoreline can get closed in on.
I'll come back to a point from earlier, right? It's not as if they can do this every round with the null command, so expecting a little more depth in terms of approach here from FPX. Because OpTic, they're not entertaining it. They're not feeding into this default, which is FPX's win condition. Yep. Being given all this map control and being able to really have a say in both of these sites.
Yeah, bread and butter for the side. But it will at least call for OpTic to have to be a little bit more reserved with closing this game out too quickly. Their buy will be broken in the next round. Lucky boy there.
6 HP.
Yeah, didn't see the HP.
Well.
Wow. So we do have the hero rifle kept over for Crashies, and he has been leading the way. The hero so far for the side. And the rest? Ain't much. Yeah, he's going to join him at least with a little bit of impact here. Big got to feel this should be 6. Can anything change this? Right place for it though, Crashies. Oh, this could be scary. That's by his side. Dealing with the early utility, and look at the difference in pace now. Crashies giving away the game. Does he have to keep his life? For now, for a moment, he keeps breathing, but Zipan looking to try and do the damage. He's
so
blind! He couldn't see a thing! And the trade is good enough for now. Victor goes down short. Oh, FNS! Charges in! Takes out Artist, and they're putting up a fight. Marv got a rifle, and Ye's still standing, and the HP is low. Xiao is not giving this up yet. And it all comes down to Ye now. There's 1v3. Plant should be coming in. And this should be immediate death. Takes Sugetsu, but Xiao is keeping this together, man. The safest pair of hands on this FPX side.
Brilliant recovery, and again, it's another example of FPX's ability to just completely mitigate Ye. This time around, I mean, previously relying on some of the utility from the KO, maybe even just an ult command. But this time around with Ye showing so much presence towards A. A little switch up here. Zipan to lead the charge with the showstopper. They find themselves their 6th. Now you start to get a little worried. If FPX can build upon this now and OpTic start feeling the pressure.
It's 2 back-to-back. Xiao starting to become a little bit, more warmed up in this, bit more impactful, finding that room, finding those frags. But again, OpTic, they have timeouts still, right? They hit the pause on this. This is the big round. Now they've got the money coming in as well. They have everything they need to really do damage this round. Bear in mind, the last one was, what, a hero rifle and Ye, right? So it still wasn't much.
That's FNS with the heroics as well.
Yeah, puts his life on the line, just dives in. Why not? But this is the first big test for OpTic, considering the purchase is back out. I'm not sure on the ult progress yet, but again, something to note coming into this one is, if FPX convert this round, that is when you start to worry.
We'll have to see how the ultimates do light. OpTic only have the Viper's Pit to work with, and 2 big ultimates in terms of site executions here for FPX, and that's why they're stacked up a little more so here. Going to try and catch OpTic off guard. Got the orbital strike to complement this as well.
And it might be pacey. FPX not known for the pace, but let's see how they look with it. A new fit, a new look, and Zipan plucked from the air. Victor outdoes him this time. And they're ready for that next wave to hit. Ye prepared, but it's Angel to get the best of him. Victor trying to pick up the slack there. Ult comes in, they got to clear the area. Xiao ready to punish anyone. Until then, Ye holds the ground. It's down to Artist and Angel. And Ye is not relenting. They want this map over with. They want the best of 5. They are not down, and they are not out yet. OpTic, hold on. That means we start looking at going the distance. Fracture now on the horizon. And OpTic finally woke up.
A sigh of relief here on Bind. Again, able to stabilize, looking much more comfortable. Not allowing FPX to get away with the freedom they've had previously. And again, I'll come back to the same thing. Crashies and Victor really stepping up here, especially after that map 2 on Icebox. A total contrast.
They've broken the curse as well, picking up a map like that, in that fashion as well. It was convincing. And even just that mental game of knowing, okay, I've gone over that hurdle. We can actually do this now. Fracture on the horizon, one of the maps that really defined OpTic as a team. This is where things can get interesting. You can see a different look here. Maybe a little reminder of who they are and what they can do. No slouches in Reykjavik. Looking much more alive here in Copenhagen. After what was such a stark contrast to the beginning, FPX, those first 2 maps were swift, Mike.
They really were. Yeah, maybe just a blip along the way here, but can OpTic now actually build upon this? I was talking about kind of having to come out split swinging, having to then come out on Icebox swinging because of the result on split. And here, they made very few mistakes. And that was very prominent in the previous match, which, like I said, it was OpTic falling apart in the mid-round, not really having that benefit of the reaction, catching FPX off guard, which so often is something we talk about with OpTic.
Well, they just got to do it for a couple more maps, Mike. I want this to go all the way, so I'd love to see this tie for a 2-2, but Fracture is going to be coming up pretty soon, and I don't know where I'd put that one, honestly. Some of the best scenes we've ever seen from OpTic were on that map, but then tell me that FPX haven't looked insanely good there. But that's not for us to tell you, that will be for the desk after this break.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
The curse has finally been broken. OpTic, they've managed to take a map off of an EMEA team, but the job is far from done. I am back on the desk with Jess, Doug, and Sideshow. You guys had faith in OpTic on Bind, but did you have that much faith? Because that was a little bit more dominant than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, FPX have looked decent at it recently, so I thought it would be a bit of a close map, especially with their form in this series so far. But I think OpTic have just put on the same level of domination we saw in the prior two maps, and that sets us up wonderfully for the rest.
Yeah, I think it's a world-class Bind performance. We know they come into this tournament very good on the map. You see it reflected. The interesting thing, too, about Bind is, or excuse me, about OpTic is it feels like for this entire tournament, either they win real big or they lose real big. They have not gotten into this, like, heavyweight, like, slugfest that's going into overtime, crazy things like that. It just has felt like this is what we've seen with OpTic this entire tournament run.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the fact that not only are we in a little bit more familiar territory, I mean, we said there were wishy-washy maps. I forgot your term already there, Doug, but yeah,
tossy-uppy.
Tossy, turny, uppy, whatever he's got there to throw at it. We're now in a little bit more known territory, which is interesting because we're getting to the latter parts of this best of 5 now, and it's an opportunity for OpTic to really grab this by the reins.
Yeah, I also got to do Angel dirty a little bit in a moment because he did tweet something a long time ago.
2020.
Yes, long time ago, before we even had the international tournament masters. I think we're going to throw the tweet up in a second.
She's been sitting on the receipts for years.
I know.
I mean, the replies in this tweet is what gets me if you guys want to go and find this. But as Angel said, I feel like top NA Valorant teams will win something around 4 rounds maximum versus top EU teams. If they win both.
This was 2020.
And the kicker is there's no date stamp.
Yeah, no.
He tweeted this 5 minutes ago.
This was so long ago that Wardell was responding to it, like he was the competition. That's how long ago we're talking. But the rivalry's been going deep at this point, and OpTic have finally won a map. But that doesn't mean they're going to win the series here.
Oh,
does it not?
You don't sound like a believer.
Are you a believer in the reverse sweep, 3 maps in a row?
I feel like the script is so well primed that if they were going to do the back-to-back, that they might as well do a reverse sweep to add a little bit of a cherry on top that has otherwise been unwritten by them thus far.
Yeah, and 2 of the players on OpTic have turned up to, I guess, gearing up for this reverse sweep, Doug, and that is Crashies and Victor, 2 players that didn't look great in the first 2 maps.
Yeah, and especially Victor, to be honest, but they both came out of the gates looking so good, and we highlighted Crashies at halftime, and for good reason, but Victor was quietly fragging up there with Crashies. And again, I think we've looked at OpTic through a lot of this tournament and gone, okay, where's the spark? Where's the fire? Who's the catalyst to do it? If it's those 2 guys who are popping off, that bodes well for the future.
It bodes well specifically for the near future, because this duo is going to be working together on Fracture, doing somewhat similar stuff. And I don't care, you can't be looking at the Neon on Icebox and say, that's how he's going to play Neon on Fracture. It just doesn't work like that. That's not Victor. That's not what we've seen from him in the past.
And I hope that doesn't come back to haunt him mentally when he jumps into Fracture as well. I hope he doesn't think back to the last time he played Neon, you know, very recent. That recency bias, whether or not it sits in the back of his head or not, he goes, oh, I really didn't take space well. I really didn't have the impact I wanted with the Neon. I hope he just lets that go, because you're right. Some of the world-class, if they were able to pioneer how Neon looks on Fracture.
Oh, I think he let that go on Bind. I think he has long forgotten about the Icebox performance, and I think he's going back to comfort. Again, you mentioned that they pioneer this composition. This is where they're comfortable. I have no reason to think it will be any different here.
I mean, this is also the reason why we believe in a team like OpTic, right? They have the experience. They know what it's like to just brush off a loss on a map and just move on and not let that get to them. But going on to Fracture, it's not just about the recency in terms of the map they played today. Their Fracture has not looked good in this tournament.
Well, the problem with that is that they played it against PRX, and that is, of course, I mean, of course it's not going to look amazing there. And okay, they played it against DRX as well, where DRX are a fantastic team. But OpTic are amazing at this map. It's been either their best or their second best map since they've added to the Neon to the pool, and it picks specifically well against the defensive style that FPX like to showcase. If FPX are putting up one-ways and trying to hold down halls and thinking that the Neon's going to respect it, they're not at all. They're going to be up in your face and past that one-way before you can blink.
Right, even if you try to drop a knife or something to slow him down, Victor's going to get around it. You won't really know what hits you. And I'm actually, because of that, I'm curious to see if FPX, given their propensity to change compositions for what's before them, I wonder if they bring out something different. We've seen teams in this tournament effectively stifle the pace with which OpTic like to play, and FPX are going to have to do it here.
It's funny because I just think back to the last time they played this, and they went up against the Neon, and Xiao just went, okay, run at me then. I guess I'll just withstand the storm. I'll weather this storm that you're throwing at me. So I do think that FPX has the propensity to be able to counter the speed. We've seen it on Icebox as well. I do think there's a possibility, and this is one of their most played maps just in Copenhagen. This is something they've been tested on. After the PRX loss, that was the first time they showcased it on the international stage. They went, you know what? No, we're going to get better and better and better. And they did. Every time they played Fracture, it has been a better performance time after time. So if now it gets even better, they would have, you know what, funny enough about that tweet, they would actually have to 13-4 for it to be better than previous performances. And that, I mean, that would be iconic.
I think there's two areas of the map that you really have to be focused on here. And it's the fight that's going to be happening around A halls, with Angels one way that we're likely to see and the Neon trying to run through it. And the other side of things is if Ye decides to play like a bait play there, they can react push from Dish. And so either way you slice it, OpTic should have opportunities once they get onto the attack side.
I also love those shots of Doombrass we just saw where he has a copious amount of notes on his desk. Like his entire desk is just covered in preparation he's probably come up with against OpTic. And then particularly on this map, we are into the Prime Gaming Agent select here. And again, both of you guys have mentioned already how much these teams like to play here. And Doug, surely no changes, right? They're just going to go at it with their best, most comfortable comp.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it, at least on the side of OpTic. Because of the things we've already mentioned, but I wonder if this is where we're seeing some of that turn in this tournament, is when you are this world renowned on a map, right? When you are the innovator on this, there's going to be a lot of film of people looking at you, seeing what you do, and while OpTic have been able to weather that historically,
there's a lot of tape for both of these teams though, and I think this is one of the maps where you can look at the prep, the coaches, the IGLs, and think about, do they have a good game plan coming in, and do they adapt well during the series?
And I love the fact that we'll have, you know, the Rays and the Fade to play back against the Neon. I know that we've said sort of Xiao and the likes have just stood there and weathered the storm, but I think there's an opportunity for them to capitalize on their utility usage. They've been strong with it thus far, and they have the firepower to really back it up. That's what I'll be looking at, is how do we see this going forward? I think I said to you, Josh, before, that was it OpTic that starts on the defense on this map?
Yeah, there you go.
On so we won't really know until the second half what is in store for us, because that's where the Neon really shines.
And I think this first half might be defined by that chamber battle again. You get to see Artis playing against Ye, and Artis got the better end of him on map 1. I think that's going to be in the back of Ye's head.
Well, this is it. FPX, they have another chance to close out this series. OpTic, once again, Pansy and Hypok are fighting for survival.
Absolutely right. It is a matter of trying to stay alive, but what a great arena this is going to be on, Mike. Fracture coming in, so much history of these two teams very much individually here.
Yeah, more so they're obviously leaning towards the side of OpTic. This is where we should see them really build upon that success from the previous map and having a comfortable map win, particularly for Victor. He is going to be the key stakeholder here for OpTic.
It's a lot of pressure on one man's shoulders.
It's an awful lot of pressure.
It is, but he has to rise to the occasion, or it'll be FPX to book that ticket to the grand finals. That is what's on the line, not just survival, that way forward. A chance at an Artist already. How on earth did he just find Victor?
Off the rip, and actually, Marv and FNS carry on exploring, and Zipad's found Ye on the other side of things. There's a massive gap now towards A site, but Marv will find Xiao and Ardis. Won't affect the plant though.
No, Spike will be going down categorically uncontested, so that's going to be in. Now the time is on FPX's side.
How deep OpTic still are away from this.
They've got a long way back into this one.
There's 2 frenzies as well on the retake, so they have to close this distance to make these weapons count.
So much to get through before you even get there. It's still so late in the day. Flash goes in. Not really affecting Angel just yet. He's still sitting pretty. They have no idea he's here. Angel doesn't get checked on, and he gets punished too. FPX lock it down. A reminder of why they won those first 2 maps.
Talking about just at the start of the day as well, Baller mentioned it in that illustrated segment. just the total map control. It's all-encompassing from FPX, and they're in position to react perfectly on the back of that. A beautiful opener from Ardis.
Sign of the times, man.
Xiao and Ardis maybe overstaying their welcome slightly, but like I said, it didn't affect the plant.
Now with that under their belt, FPX taking away one of the strongholds that OpTic actually had throughout these maps was the pistol. We now look to see what they can achieve here. See a very, very limited buy. Right place though, good flash, and the overwhelm Marv gonna do well on this. But the instant and swift reply, FPX get 3 right on back. Again, this is classics. Yeah, he obviously possesses a little bit more danger than most in these rounds, but it shouldn't be too much of a bother here, as long as FPX plays that collective and they trade effectively.
Find you.
Yeah, you're a little bit disconnected right now. FNS will be noted, at least deals with the reveal. Straight away, FPX going to try and gain the advantage on the back of that. Find themselves an open A site. Cautious here, but the death ball approach come through. Whether or not actually, yeah, and FNS can get ahead of this here. I mean, the timing's there. Yeah, you're not going to entertain a P. Just catches one on the pass.
They're so aware of it. Yeah, he's still going to catch Zipan. With 25 HP, he'd need these to be so clean. Uncontested, a 1v3. Feels like a formality, but maybe Ye can change my mind. Not now. FPX with 2. Course correcting after bind.
Another well-managed economy very early on here. They come into the 3rd round with a very comfortable setup.
Angel, 5 kills. Who is this man?
Good opener for him.
Absolutely.
And come under a lot of scrutiny or criticism here for being at least early on in this event, but proving his worth here, and he's been pivotal actually on Fracture in particular.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, his value may not be reflected in the board and what have you, but again, he's taken a team on their international debut to this point.
Just look at FPX's bonus again. It's the light armors to offset this, but they can run this through and it can be a scrappy round. They can rely on trades. So they don't have that worry of what the next purchase is going to look like. A double stack here towards Arcade. Yeah, will take contact from behind boxes. Eye on the dry swing here, actually. Angel nearly catching him.
It's a dangerous game, though, because Ardis isn't far away either. You can see Marv getting almost brought into the fight as well.
We're drawn an extra player here as well.
Not too much of a bother, considering that Victor did take space on the other side of the map. FNS with him as well, but again, we'll start feeling a little isolated.
I have this spike.
Spike now retrieved. Heading back over towards Dish and progressing towards A potentially.
See, OpTic curious to explore here. You see Victor digging a little deeper.
Rocking a hard place for these two. Somehow they're going to try and win this out. Zipan's going to unleash, take the side control, probably going to send it, doesn't get it.
No damage either.
And actually it's Victor to try and progress. The 1-for-1 trade out, but it's Ardis to tip it in their favor now. FNS in the worst case scenario, surrounded in all fronts. Yakor sleeping, wakes up quickly, and Angel gets put to bed. Xiao from back behind the lines, Ye on the trade, and it is Brawly. You said it at the start and you were not lying. Crashies and Ye trying to combine on this because look at what's on the side. Ardis tucked in. Got Xiao falling away. Superstar players against them now. Ye doesn't get the shot he wanted. Xiao revealed position. And denied! Ardis though makes a stand. It's the 1v1. Ardis against Ye. I feel we're going to be saying this a lot this map at the very least. And Ardis takes him down.
And the 3-0 lead here for FPX. A comfortable position for the repurchase as well. OpTic have the tour de force to rely on. At least early on, FPX back in the driving seat here.
Spike planted.
The free adjustment here from Ye. Beautifully done, actually, to even make this possible.
One enemy remains.
A little too much time eaten up as well. Would have been so difficult towards the end there. Look at the emphasis again. FPX, they're just like, they're the kings of the north. On Fracture here, they love pressuring towards Arcade and Dish.
If you look at some of these early kills as well, Victor being punished on that very first time of things. Now Ye starting to be denied any sort of space. Gets in your head. FPX really setting the tempo and tone early on. Not going to allow OpTic what they want in this game. And Art is so aware of what Crashies might have been up to.
OpTic in this round in particular, you're looking for them to just chip away at the foundations, the structure of FPX. FNS, a challenge there, Angel. Good for it though. Victor and Marv, last two standing. Victor, a Bucky in hand.
Now I feel like it's not going to go well. I feel like Victor is not going to have the best of times around this corner. Solid. Oh. No!
Well, that weapon ain't what it used to be, that's for sure.
Certainly not. 4-0 now, and it's clean. It is perfection for FPX. And they are eyeing up that grand final. They want it all to themselves, and OpTic are hitting the brakes. They're hitting the panic button. So they need to find an answer soon, Mike.
You do it. It's similar to what we were talking about in Icebox, right? This is the harder of the halves to almost get Victor in these positions to make this Neon pick work, right? You can see a couple of times Crashy's setting up for a flash over the top outside B, and that arcade push previously shut down immediately. FPX is just so well equipped. And previously, actually, we're talking about back on Icebox, of how many times they were just positioned accordingly. Same you could say for Split as well. Number of times that Angel had the perfect read.
Again, a little worried for OpTic here, I'm not going to lie to you. This timeout has to be quintessential to getting on the board. Again, though, FPX haven't even looked particularly pressured yet. Game plan-wise, those early attempts have been just dealt with pretty handily.
Well, and they're being given these first bloods this time around, so they're able to collapse from this default way quicker than they have previously. Obviously, in the previous map, OpTic were the ones to really slow the clock down. And FPX, you're almost egging them on, begging them to do something different, but this time around, they're being given these opening engagements and they're going FPX's way.
And at 4-0, OpTic need to start now if you want a game out of this one. FPX regaining that structure and control that slipped out of their fingertips on Bind. But Fracture looking far more refined. We have Ye with that operator out. Maybe a difference maker, maybe something that can do some damage here. But again, FPX like to turn things up after the back of a timeout. A lot of attention towards this north side.
Victor marked early on the snake bite, forcing him back as well. This early pressure from FPX, and they almost anticipate the second half of this where somebody else is going to be swinging. But Marv actually loses out on that one.
How is this happening? Angel is just getting them for free now. FNS wanting in, wants to do some damage. Oh, he's playing such a dangerous game, so precarious. Such a knife's edge already. And Art is starting to turn the screws as well. The pressure's starting to be felt towards this B site. Pinched in, Crashies. Doesn't get what he wants, information not found.
Trying to set this fault line up for potentially Victor to go exploring. But look where Ye's got to. He's tucked up right on this trap.
Angel's out of there. Spike on the way, but you're right, Ye.
He's stuck
oh no,
well.
Ye had no idea. Zipan's there, and Ye's gone, and now the floodgates are open. A is looking vulnerable. The closest player to it, FNS. And already utility invested to deny any sort of impact he could have. Angel barely breathing, but still standing, gets put down. That's one. Need a whole lot more, though, because the plant's coming in. FPX playing as a pack here, readdressing where FNS just was. Two players on the other side. There's Flash, maybe tee up Victor, closing the gap. Can he get close enough? By flashed up, slowed down. Oh, he still wins his fight, so gets 2 falls. But now the post plant has 3.
God, he's so late in this lurk.
Oh, this is nastiness. The two players have no idea that he's here. That's one. The second of 8, and Crashies. A 1v2, and time is against him. One attempt and one denial. Xiao holds it together, and FPX make it to 5.
Making very few mistakes here. It's clinical from FPX in the opening half here on Fracture. Ultimate's just about coming online now for OpTic, but it's in a round where the purchase isn't going to suit it.
Mark.
And time again.
Oh, yeah? It's here, probably.
FPX, right place, right time. Crashies finding that first one instantaneously. There's more aggression here from OpTic. Victor trying to make use of the ultimate here.
They're doubling down on it, but Zipan's already taken away Marv. Victor looking alone. He gets overwhelmed. And FPX are just annihilating OpTic. Everything they're trying to do is being just torn asunder. And now you're left at the scraps. That was really what you're trying to bank on to do some impact early round. And it's been just torn apart.
A stinger, a frenzy. Yeah, he's headhunter. All that's left to work with here. FPX, again, they don't risk overindulging behind this early advantage they've created.
Incredible reserve just to buy the time. FNS is going to hear all of this, but keep in mind, he's only got that frenzy. Anyone can do some damage with this. Maybe it would be Ye, but Crashy's already removed from the site. Ye on the back lines, only going to connect one this time. It's Angel on the effective trade out. FNS is left just torn apart. This is absolutely clinical from FPX. I feel as though they took Bind personally and they have come out and absolutely trounced OpTic.
They're so well equipped for this early aggression. There's so many different, and again, it's the right place, right time. The reads are perfect.
This is a whole different level of game, Mike. They are playing out of their minds right now. Finally, the purchase back with OpTic. But at this point, you're already 6 down. You're already in the bin. You got to do something.
You could have said 3 rounds ago, you need to see something from OpTic early on. Now it's almost like that ship has sailed. You have to get something on the board here. Tour de force out for Ardis.
Show me what you got, OpTic. This is the time to strike. And Victor, it's shaky.
They're so desperate.
Pretty.
They're so desperate to find these openers.
Clutching onto anything they can, but it's just costing Victor his life. And FPX so aware of all that intent, all that want. They're absolutely not allowing it. And now the patience can be shown. That diligence in approach, that clinical standard we know with FPX. And OpTic just not getting the game they wanted.
The stalemate once again. Crashy's still a full utility here, but he's not found an awful lot previously. Xiao set up to try and clear through sight here, at least with the ultimate, or considering. I think there's just so many options for them here. Nobody even holding contact here, so say FNS got to be careful here with the fault line. Nearly caught off guard in Canteen there.
Positioning, here we go! Oh, what a denial again! Crashies holds the line for now. Flash to follow, he wants to have a look, he gets a look. Excuse me, Crashies, how much more can this man do? Holding on for it. And actually, FPX having to second guess themselves. They're running out of time, Mike. They've got 20 seconds. And another. Whoa. Oh, but Sagetsu? You're going to kill him, are you? That's unreal. 10 seconds out there. They're still trying to make a go of this one. It's FNS. Oh, FNS finds Ardis. Turns on a dime, and time is everything. Where is that spike? It ain't in hand. Yates needs to stay alive. The plot is too late. He can't do anything. Yay, gets to live. And OpTic get one on the board.
Oh, he finds it. Again, just a moment's miscommunication there. Both of them needed to swing through and prey on that trade onto the operator. I mean, Xiao was desperate to look for it. Ye comes up. It comes down to one man standing.
This impact work, though, from FNS. Again, man, bailing them out. That's 2 massive impact players gone. But it's desperation. It's clutching at these rounds. How do they find repeatable success here? I don't know, but that's the question OpTic have to face in this. And FPX can just keep going on as they are. Still looking so robust. A little late in that round, maybe worn down a little too far. But the overall plan is still holding true.
Well, it's a similar thing to what we said previously. It comes down to one engagement. If that goes the other way.
El Diablo. If only he knew. If only he knew. No. If only he knew! Oh! He got Zipman! Oh, and he got Angel! I cannot believe what we just saw! How does he do it? From the depths of hell, he takes 2 with him, but it is 3 still alive from FPX. Sugetsu, Ardis, and Xiao are not done yet. And they're on the site. Spike to hand, and Ardis trying to ward them away. Crashy's lingering close by.
I have the spike. Let's drop the spike.
There we go. And now Sugetsu ready to challenge towards tower if anyone dared deny the plant. Not the case. Plant now down, and a 4v3 to try and play this one back through after heroics from Ye.
Backstab Ardis here.
There it is. You're absolutely right. Artist known for being behind the wire. Crashes on the clear. And Sugetsu, not this time. Marv's there. OpTic finding form here off the back of one of the most incredible individual plays I've seen yet. Yay.
What?
How did that happen?
What the hell was that
Show me
from
it back.
Ye?
Show me it back right now.
I mean, it's a brilliant approach as well.
Oh,
FPX
yeah.
is looking to, Angel's just looking to get down and dirty
Look at
with
this.
it.
And he gets away with his life.
The flash is perfect from Crashies.
Up on CT, up on CT.
What was that from Ye? Again, if that's what OpTic need, just a couple of rounds like that to get it back in. I mean, 4 standing from the previous. Now they have a little bit of breathing room.
Maybe just the fuel to the fire, right? Maybe that is it. Maybe that's the spark that brings OpTic to life here. A reminder of who they are. Again, not known to just bow down and go out. Known to never lose twice. Always come back in a game. And I guess there's kind of already been a best of 3. Now, surely they win the rest out, right? That's how it
Well, the
works.
problem is they'd lost twice, right? The first 2 maps.
Yeah, but that's not how it works.
I'm not superstitious.
No?
No. Unless.
Unless. Well, let's again look at this outside of this, say, I don't know, we had FNS having big impact, we had Ye having big impact. Repeatable success, the most annoying phrase, but we have to talk about it. Overall, FPX still looks solid. I don't know if there's an answer yet. We have to see what they have in mind here.
Well, it's interesting to see here. It's almost like OpTic now are leaning on slowing it down a little bit. I did see Victor with an operator in hand. Should imply he's not going to go
Double
exploring. So this is definitely an attempt here by OpTic to almost hedge their bets, have an operator on both sides, and rely on FPX slow these contact clearances that FPX are known for, and rely on these operators finding value.
That's a new look. Double operator out and about. As you noted, one with Ye, one with Victor. There she's now. There's a little peek. No one on the other side just yet. But again, we know the timing and the tempo that FPX will play to. And there's the first contact. Marv, dangerous game.
Zipan wanted it as well.
Yeah, he was ready to swing on that, but does he expect this? This fight is a little out of the ordinary. But Victor gets to be as mobile as possible. Have a little look around, show presence when he needs to.
It's not noted just yet.
No. No idea what's been waiting. But on the other side of this will be Ye, will be FNS, the 2 players who've stepped up for OpTic, who've denied FPX that build on the other side. And look at this. So much danger around this corner. Ye does give away the position of at least his operator.
Team out. I'll leave FNS here.
How much? How much did he get?
Oh my god.
Oh, he almost made a meal of it. He still gets Angel. He needs help here. He needed it a minute ago, but Ye fell as well. Xiao got Ye, reading the support system en route, but still, Victor's alive. They don't know about this other operator, but does it matter at this point? Marv trying to deny the spike on the cross. Good positioning. Oh, he just misses the timing and punished by Sugetsu. Victor on the jump bop. Artist now down. Victor still looking. Flash comes in. This is unthinkable, surely a 1v3 with an operator at this point. No, wait. Oh my god! He gave it everything! He gave it everything, but it does not matter. FPX still get the round.
What was that shot? Landing the wallbang through default. A beautiful attempt here. And FPX just looking so well equipped in these slow burn rounds. I mean, thank God for Zipan.
Who's got this?
Thank God for Zipan. OpTic calling a timeout once again. And this, round 10, 7-2 the scoreline. They're going to be tapped out financially here.
And look, we're all addicts to the dramatics. We love seeing OpTic doing these sort of things. But no matter which way you cut this, FPX are converting rounds. It's 7 now for them. And yes, OpTic are getting close. A couple of sparks here and there, but not enough. 2 is not enough here. FPX on the verge of booking a ticket to the grand finals. Do not forget that moment for them every single round.
In for a minute.
That's ridiculous, isn't it? We've been waiting. Every EMEA team, player, fan, viewer has said when they go on the stage, wait to see what we know this team can do. Wait and see. The first time, look at what they've already achieved. Making it here is already exceeding most expectations. They came in with 4 players. They had a replacement, and finally they get all 5 back. Sugetsu hits the ground running, and they have been unbelievable this entire tournament. And now they're starting to build up what could be very much the lead that takes them to the grand final.
If things will continue to slow down here for OpTic. Again, technically a double operator setup here. Victor once again, he'll be Ye with a tour de force. FPX have just looked so good on these pivots back towards A site. This time around, a much more passive approach from FNS and Ye.
Blinding.
Much earlier though, the initial approach towards A.
Shadows traveling.
Utility committed, paying a little bit of respect to that pushed up position before. OpTic on the rotation, and Zipan's heard this. That's so much information found. And they won't commit off the back of it. He can call this rotation, and he might be like a dagger in the back here. Victor, you are lucky to be alive. Commitment as well. And oh, Victor's been beheaded. Angel's there. Zipan as well. Perfect positioning. FPX are absolutely running rings around OpTic.
See again, just everything is considered. Zipan in that late lurk underground gets all the information off those audio cues. What can they get done here? Ye has to find this opener hit.
He ain't
Angel's
got it.
gonna shut it down.
He ain't got it at all. Crashies and FNS feeling irrelevant to this round. One goes and FNS just has to back away. This is emergency break times. This is problems. FPX are looking large and in charge, Mike. Everything. They committed towards that A piece with full intent until those audio cues were heard. Those steps of the rotation, instantly they turn on a dime.
And the TP is perfect from Angel, just to draw one member back towards tower, and then still wins the engagement. Doesn't even wait for Zipan. You see it's completely catching OpTic off guard. Guess we'll find the first here, at least a consolation.
Just trying to keep hold of that rifle.
He has to,
He doesn't.
It's
8-2 now. You said nails in the coffin. These rounds are starting to look like OpTic's funeral here. Barely any cash to play with. Not finding answers or impact. They went to the double operator, expensive to its core. FPX might have just broken OpTic.
the round. Again, going to throw a Spectre in here. Got Victor on the ultimate, the Rolling Thunder here, but not going to be invested early on at least. FPX just is a carbon copy once again. This early round map control. Crashes noted on the shoulder peak. Potential here. I mean, FNS will back up this B site hold, but FPX just probing a little bit, anticipating some aggression.
That sense of dread starting to build, though. How do you get into the right place here? Oh, there's still going to be a nuisance over towards this B site. You can see the rest. 3 of them, excuse me, 4 heading towards A. I'll put it all into the lap of Ye. Maybe Victor if he gets there in time, but FPX are reading this right. They're reading this so perfectly. Pulling these rotations, a little bit of contact here and there. They are in the minds of OpTic. And it's all on Ye. One man. How much can one man do? It's not the perfect start he wanted. And now you can see them just closing in. That's a good kill. But it's only Zipan. There's a lot more coming. The flood of FPX is here and they've taken the site by storm. Frenzy, Spectres, nothing pretty left. Angel tries to get out of it. Sugetsu still with the punish. Pop with the ult from Victor. He wants in. He ain't got in. Crashes, how much can he do? Not enough. Again, Marv now.
10 seconds left.
Feels like the impossible situation. HP a little low on Angel to say the least, but the plant's in. And it's only a Spectre. And it's Ardis waiting. It's Sugetsu on the cross and Angel on the site. Spots one, takes it down low. But the swing from the rest, Sugetsu was never gonna let it slip. FPX making it to 9 now. And OpTic watching their chances slip away.
Just haven't had a say in most of these rounds. FPX able to slow things down. And now OpTic almost terrified of any early round aggression.
How do you pick yourself up after you've been just backhanded every time they've gone for it? No one particularly having an outstanding game either. Ye, 10-10. I mean, Victor 4 to 10.
There's been minimal impact though.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yep. And on the other side, Angel leading the pack. Zipan's there. Artist there. They're all doing their valuable work. Early information found. What are you going to do with it though, OpTic? Because FPX, they feel like the machine that can't be stopped. Destined for the finals, but Ye has something to say. Gonna find one, gonna find two. Gets down Artist as well. Where's that come from? And suddenly FPX scatter.
Angel slipped the net though.
Oh no. Angel behind the lines. Gonna spot FNS, takes his time, takes a second, pause for thought! Marv's head just gets rolled to the floor.
He can TP and get the spike as well.
Spike can be collected, but look who's patrolling in that area. Ye's watching. Not today. Close that door, get out of here. Spike back in hand though. And that's been retrieved. That's a plant coming in, but crashes again. Do they expect this? No, but there's layers to it to get to with a trade for Victor. It's still a 2v1. And Zipan, this guy's been good on this map before, but he wants one of these two. He's got 40 seconds to play with. He's got time to maybe isolate a fight, but now Victor and Ye playing together. You may not get what you want anymore. Might get the time on his side. Maybe that's all he'll get. Plant comes in, and they're trying to play together. The duo, Victor and Ye, up against Zipan. Not a great deal of utility. And not much of a peek either. Ye quick to it. And again, Mike, it's 3 for OpTic, 9 for FPX. I don't know if there is a chance in this. They've given themselves a window, but it ain't much. FPX looking like they are ready for those grand finals now.
Barely call it a lifeline.
Barely.
I mean, it relies a lot on OpTic doing exactly what we've seen previously. But Ye's ears must have been burning. Talked about no impact, opening up here with 2 massive kills and so quick for the final on Zipan. Yeah, this second half, they've got to dig themselves out here, Lauren.
Or FPX go to the finals. Either way, I'm pretty happy, but Analyst Desk, what have you made of this incredible half?
Well, it is looking like things are going FPX's way, and also Zipan, a player that I feel like we haven't really talked about all that much. Jess is really turning up.
Yeah, I mean, after what I thought was a pretty underwhelming performance on the previous map, I've always quoted him as being one of the best Raze players in the world, and I was like, oh, well, he really hasn't put it on show for you throughout this match, but he's come into, you know, Fracture, and he's like, okay, this is my playground, I know how to traverse. We don't run the Neon like you, but what we have instead is my ability to traverse the map, and that's what you see, the difference between the first half on Bind on the Raze and then the first half on Fracture. I think there's a very clear delineation.
Yeah, there's a massive difference, and he's also stepping up alongside his IGL. And any time you get Angel fragging, it makes you feel like he just understands the game. They're constantly shooting people in the back because he's just got the mid-rounding working.
It just feels like he's rolling back the years, right? You think about that flick at the end of the half, that 2K right at the end was just nuts. It is a scary prospect right now for OpTic.
I mean, speaking of nuts, it's just shenanigans, right? This whole match. Like, what is going on?
Imagine seeing that. And then conversely, imagine this happening like straight after. I mean, that round was absolutely bonkers, but
yeah. All of this round just went crazy.
Enemy remaining. I mean, you just gotta let it play out because you just know that FPX is on that sort of wire there. And I love how close FPX played for the trades there. I love the end of there. But there's just moments there where I just say to myself, there's not a possibility, surely, that this happens.
It's concerning because, again, I mentioned since the DRX series, OpTic either win really big or they lose really big. They've had one close map since that series, and this does not look to be teeing up that way at all. They are going to have to break the mold of what they've had recently if they want a chance at this.
FPX, though, are going to be so hungry. They are only 4 rounds away from solidifying their spot in the grand finals. They're going on a sweep with Sugetsu back into the team. I think they just feel that now is their time.
I'm wondering whether if FPX wins the pistol, of which I think I have listed here, OpTic have won like more than 2 times the amount of pistols in this series than FPX has. So there was a clear winner on the pistol side here. It's OpTic. But imagine FPX win it. And then you could just see it from there. You could see the finish line right in front of you.
Yeah, Sideshow said 4 rounds. That's all FPX need to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals. Pansy and Hypoc, take it away.
4 rounds is what FPX need. They've teed themselves up so well throughout this game. Every single player having impact, denying OpTic on one of the strongest maps that we saw from them in the past. How much more can OpTic do, though? Is there still fight in them yet? Is there life to be drawn out, or is this it? Will they whimper away from this lower final? And let FPX carry on forward. This pistol round means so much.
Look at the early read as well. You got Ardis tucked up inside A main. Xiao already considering this rotation, but 3 members of FPX committed to this B site hold very early on.
Right there.
The flash comes through. That's going to be the indicator. You know, Angel looking to actually challenge this. The paint shell going to slow things down. Angel's got himself tucked inside that smoke, and Sugetsu doing exactly the same thing.
Oh, it's FPX. 3-2 on the trade out here. Not done yet, but look at the HP. Victor and Crashy's barely breathing. Swiftly dealt with by Sugetsu. And Crashy's staring down the barrel with 10 HP in a dream. The dream looking dead right now. Double digits for FPX right off the rip. They want this done. They want the finals. And they might just be getting them.
See here what the decision making is for OpTic. Sugetsu and Angel both doing fantastic work here. I mean, the second onto Ye, beautifully done. And Victor maybe just a misconsideration. Sugetsu already waving him off the stage. Minimal investment here for OpTic. Be a light shield, a frenzy, couple of bits of utility to work with.
The crowd knows it now. Realizing that we're just moments away, potentially. 10 rounds, you're so close. And OpTic starting to feel that dread creep in. So much work cut out in front of them. They want to make a go of this. Absolute stunner of a shot from Ye. But he needs 4 more of those. Maybe just 2.
Maybe saw him waving. See, well, the next step of the plan is actually the re-clearance through towards A main. Actually, Angel going to isolate one, but Marv's there to clean things up. 2 follow-up kills here. Xiao will respond.
The side cross should be made. I don't know if it's uncontested. Victor should be able to get there. Waiting for the smoke to fade. Trying to be that smoke criminal himself, but Ardis and Xiao somewhat locked out of this round. And a little bit of an uncharacteristic round from FPX to kind of try and get that tempo change mid-round, go for that aggressive play. Again, got to keep that composure if they want to make it through to that final.
Teleport's ready.
Ye, first contact here for Ardis potentially. And it's good enough for Ye. Now it's Xiao. Guardian to hand, 4 to find. Ah, the flash is good. Xiao looks absolutely cooked here. They're putting everything into it, it's good. OpTic, they see a chance, they take it.
With nothing in this round as well. And again, actually the re-clearance towards A main is perfectly timed. Maybe just underestimating how deep the progress already was.
He's given OpTic a bye at least, you know, not on like match and series point. If you wanted the finest of margins to hold on to, that round could be it for them. But it can't stop now. And FPX still looks so deadly. Every single one of them. And look at this buy coming out. A couple of rifles here and there, but it's weird and it's wonderful potentially. Victor trying to pick up that pace and take space. On the other side, Marv waiting. See if he can spot potentially Ardis, Angel, anyone who dare try and make some progress towards his side. Ardis, did he note this?
Run out. Is the response there from Marv and FNS. But again, look at the early round utility that's burnt up from this composition of OpTic.
Oh, yay! Took his eyes off the prize for a second and Angel will punish him for it. Gets to back away to safety and Victor wants to try and pick up the pace now. Try and get it on the side, do something, just draw their attention away because that's not where the spike's going. Look at who's on the other side though. It is still going to be Xiao here. Trying to stay quiet, trying to stay cautious. Crashy's great play.
Xiao's still offside though, and he's got a bucky. He's going to be noted here.
They're going to find him. Victor's cut off rotations. They've got to find him. He's got FNS. He's still doing damage. He's trying to buy time for rotation. Do anything he can to stop this. And they're hesitating. They've given him just about stops him from that swing. So now everything should calm down here. It's 2. Sugetsu, yes, he's got the rifle. And he's got a freebie. Victor caught creeping out.
A second noted as well.
That's not good. And whereas Ardis in this just about making it through as well, starting to clear himself. They don't quite know where that final player is. A good guess though, but Marv does well to hold on to it, punishing Sugetsu. Ardis trying to close the gap. The flash is there, and so is Marv. It ain't over yet. 5 now for OpTic, 2 staying alive, rifles kept in check.
And that pop flash from Crashies once again doing damage, making sure the round can be secured. FPX, man, they gave it a bloody good shot.
But it's another big round, though. This is the next big challenge, Mike. Coming back into this, FPX still will be able to get a bye here. It's not like they're coming in with nothing.
This is the one that has to be clean from OpTic. That's the one FPX bring weapons into. Sugetsu, one off the Viper's pit. Xiao, one away from his ultimate. Similar approach here in the early round. Try and get this early dish control on the back of Victor and Crashies. A little further commitment here this time around.
They're starting to believe. OpTic waiting. Ult invested. Path created and a quick dispatching of one. Victor gone. Xiao even to fight Crashies. Xiao is the final boss, pulling 3 to their grave, leaving FNS and Ye standing. Should be able to get a plant from this though. Spike down. Where are they? Where is Ye in this as well? They've got to do something so dangerous. They've got the cross watch. Ye has to commit forward, but Artist already ahead of it now. The timing is everything. The spam comes in. Ye swings it. He gets one. Oh, an Angel with the trade. It's 11 for FPX. The buy by their side. They do as is required. Diffuse comes in, and that will be 11 now. FPX so close to those grand finals.
So close they can taste it. There's only 2 weapons. Xiao again, man. This first onto Victor, then finds Crashies on the reswing. And still adjusts to greet the other side of this. And credit to Angel as well, timing those one-ways perfectly, knowing that Xiao has that freedom to fully challenge towards drop.
Two more rounds. It's all that remains for FPX. Sometimes the most elusive. But this man on the screen, Xiao, has a date with destiny, it seems. Big moments he's provided for this side. Can OpTic stop it? Again, Victor happy to take that early fight. Dangerous games though, because look who's waiting, look who's coiled in the corner. It's Xiao with a double again. He just still finds so much value. He could do no wrong as Crashies, Ye, and Marved. I mean, they still haven't even really gotten into this round. That was so much early work.
The Viper's bit going up very late towards B main. Sugetsu going to reinforce this site hold. He's got Artist there to complement it as well. No pressure through Arcade just yet. It's OpTic. Look to regroup now towards drop.
Yeah, it'd be Angel, I believe there. Zipan not far off either.
I didn't realize as well, yeah, he's popped this toward a force. And they're broken the next round if they lose this.
It's all in. It's all in on this. And again, they're holding the cross. They're watching that drop down. That's what it's going to be. And a missed shot from Ye. Heartbreak. As Angel now waiting to do more damage. Going to buy more time. 30 seconds here. Rotations are on the way. You can see Sugetsu getting his running shoes on. Angel trying to watch that cross. Spots one. He goes down though. Marv still keeping hope alive for the side. And Zipan
caught the second.
Goes down as well. Marv. He's refusing to relent. And now a 2v2. Artist and Sugetsu finally creeping towards the side, but they're still tucked here. OpTic don't know where they were, how far away they were, and Marv wants to try and readdress the space.
Just missed
the timing. Oh, Marv! Artist punishes it, and it's all on Crashies in a 1v2. Can he deny the 12th? Or is it inevitable for FPX here? Sugetsu closing in Artist, trying to find the timing right here. Crashies gets one. Oh, and Artist will get them to 12. FPX pulling it back together. The signs of hope being extinguished from OpTic. And those finals are calling FPX's name.
It's the tiny things making a difference here. That reload, so painful to watch it back as well. After Marv's done so well to crack this site open. Catching Zipan on the second as well.
Making something out of nothing there.
One enemy remains.
We know that this buy is going to be atrocious. We know that OpTic put all of those funds, everything they had into that last round. And this is what it comes down to. All on the line now, 5 to 12. FPX 1 round away here. And OpTic have to do something. It's do or die time. All the hours poured into this. 1 minute and 25 seconds to define it.
His early probe once again. Ardis going to try and counter that now. Yay, actually good for this time. Finds the opener. Sugetsu. Try and reinforce this here. Does he swing out the smoke? Yay finds the second as well.
Beautiful work. And now 3. Angel, Xiao, Zipan. Where you going with it? What are you going to try and do with it? Because OpTic are on the way. 4 of them playing as a pack towards that B site. And that buy is broken. It is not pretty. It's still feasible. Keep that in mind. The site is theirs, though. Plant going to come in. Should be somewhat safe. Nothing to challenge it yet as they group back together.
Almost just want to hold on to this. Don't want to give away the weapons. Force this repurchase out. So they know that this purchase isn't pretty.
Could be James time.
It's the first time, and it's key to know as well the timing now for Ardis to start exploring outside B main. Yay delivers here in a crucial scenario. This is what we've seen. OpTic. The push, the prod. And no real commitment behind it.
They should be able to police the weaponry. I don't know what they're going to get out of this. I see at least 3 rifles with them now. Stinger still with FNS. Guardian with Crashies. Look at their funds. It is minuscule.
I mean, the second half of it as well, they don't want to give across any extra ult orbs whatsoever.
Absolutely. 6-12. Another round. Another chance. And another buy they have to try and pull together. Little bit more substantial this time, Mike. They've got a little bit more to work with, but it's still not much, and they need something like this to happen so often. And yeah, it was such a great read there to check for that second player.
The timing to look back in that direction as well.
Now, with all that said, though, even with those 3 rifles, we're not seeing them particularly force around this yet either. We've got Sheriffs coming out, Classics, and you're right. They really do not have to. They've got rounds to play with. They've still got Artists without Headhunter if they need it, if they want to lean into things. So again, not far from a good buy. And OpTic have a chance. Could be 7. Could be.
Again is 3. Actually going to send through Xiao. Investing through at least information gathered on the back of this. The paint shell didn't bounce through, but Zipan actually re-aggresses.
He looked the wrong way. They turned around, and FNS holds this together. Finding 2 and quelling that aggression that was building. But again, the spike not committed. This wasn't towards a site. This was on the extremities, on that aggressive push-up. Yeah, trying to clear back through by Dish, committing a little further. There is 2 on this site. Gotta be careful now. Yay below him. Excuse me, Artist below him. Xiao as well. Vast majority of the FPX side are here and waiting. They're committing back to the Xiao. Can't do it this time. Artist might be able to, only good for 1.
Spike down.
And where is Sugetsu in this? He's over by B. So again, there should be 3 players, should be a plant, and it should be 7.
You're comfortable here to keep 3 alive. Don't want to give these weapons away. Okay, so at least give it an opportunity to maybe retrieve 1. Don't expect OpTic to be giving this up to chance.
No. Need to make sure there's no risks taken here. It's a matter of literal survival. Sugetsu, if he does get a bit of damage done, anything, be perfect.
Crashies drifting this way.
Gotta be careful, Crashies. It's a lot to lose. And timing's everything. Sugetsu on the other side. That's a rifle gone. And a rifle picked up for Sugetsu. So a nice little upgrade for him. He'll take that and he'll get the hell out of there.
See how it sits. Zipan should just be on the brink of a showstopper. He's actually got it online here. See, he's so eager to actually re-aggress this. If the paint shell had bounced a little deeper, I could understand it, but getting a little bit disjointed with that first swing.
This is an FPX timeout here. Hitting the brakes enough that they want to talk through things. These 2 rounds back-to-back for OpTic have sent enough of a signal that they want to make sure this doesn't get out of check. Because if you get towards that, like, 8, 9, it does build up, and you know, when the money could swing, starting to see a little bit more life out of OpTic, but it's only 1 round that FPX need, Mike.
We'll see here if, again, on the back of the showstopper, FPX do want to counter this. They've almost read very well into OpTic's early intention towards Dish. They're able to kind of mitigate that risk very early on and still then have the benefit of a 3-man stack towards A. And not too often are we seeing them rely on the one-ways towards A main to really get early control there. And again, I think actually Victor is the reason for that. It's much more difficult to make sure you can benefit from that one-way with somebody being able to burst so quickly. And then behind that, obviously, the utility from FNS and Crashies. See here is OpTic, heavily set up outside arcade. Yay, the counterpart here.
Let's go.
Not actually, Zipan's got a little space to go exploring here. I don't know if he can get behind this execution.
This is dangerous. Keep in mind, Angel's been good for it, as is Ardis. This time they have to respect that early interest though from OpTic, falling away a little bit. Angel re-exploring, and I wonder if he gets a glimpse from up there. He's not backing away from this just yet. Oh no, the timing could be everything, and Angel gets the 1-for-1 trades. The site's now somewhat open. Ardis, curiosity, starting to peek here. Has a little bit of a look around, sees nothing just yet, but he knows that tower is compromised. Lovely flash, forces him away. Now the site could be available.
Zipan's so close though with the showstopper. Just waiting for this plant to come through. I think OpTic know it. They also have the paint shell for the combo with Xiao.
Let's see if it does any damage here. Went here, it popped. Yay still trying to hold it, show some presence. There it is, popped, but finds nothing. Plant goes, oh, the shot through the smoke.
They found it with a fadeaway.
Zipan, as if you got that Crashies on the knees. And now, Yay, you gotta go big or you might just be going home. 2 players on this corner though. Plant is in this time and he doesn't know what he's gonna do, but it's gonna be huge. The trades are there. It's on Marv, it's on Victor. It's a 3v2. And Marv does the cross. He's looking for this one. Zipan's through though, called into action. Ardis trying to close the gap. Finds one. Life in them yet, an even situation here. Zipan going back around. It's all but over. Xiao the one to do it. And FPX will make it to the grand finals. The tallest task, the hardest route against